Screen share. These people keep changing their interface all the time. Okay, Aisha, you started to record. Good, 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 good. I just want to be sure I'm still a co-host. Okay, I'm a co-host. I want to be sure that wasn't taken away from me. Okay, great. Now, to the business of the day. Irrespective of where you are joining us from, one thing. Okay, now recording has started, so I can start. I'm going to go to the very first page of this, my slide share, and do some housekeeping. At the beginning of every webinar, we do housekeeping so that everybody knows why we are here and what exactly they need to do and how we are going to run the show. So we'll do that for a bit of 5-10 minutes. Great. Okay, now, Aisha, confirm you can see my screen before I go into full share mode.
It's still loading. Okay, yes, I can see your screen.
Fantastic, thank you very much. So now, we are ready to start. Recording, rolling, screen showing, and everybody in the room ready. We have 313 people in the room already. And of course, I introduced myself, and today is June 27, 2026, and we call it the Remote Workers Masterclass. And the first thing I'm going to do is to introduce myself properly to you. Now, I mentioned my name earlier. I said I'm Dr. Aderisola Adio Adebojo. So I'll read a bit of my bio before we then get started into the main teaching. So whenever you call me in one word, or like say if somebody asks me, what do you refer to yourself? I say I'm an educator. In one word, I am an educator through and through. In everything I have done in my life, I have taught. By year 3, I told myself I was going to teach. I chose to be a teacher, right? I always am one of those people that already said by year 3, I am going to teach. I said I was going to teach adults. So I like to refer to myself as an educator. Now, if you had to refer to me in 2 words, I'll say I'm a global citizen. Have been to 5 continents, and 90% of it is on someone else's money through me winning global opportunities. I've been a design lead at Natural History Museum of London, which is a remote international job I did first. I moved from there to become the global program coordinator at Museum for United Nations. And yeah, I was covering 23 global locations on that job. And it was also a remote job I did out of Nigeria here. Now, I'm an academic and a researcher. Have been that for maybe a decade or 2. I used to teach at the University of Lagos, entry-level students. So my PhD is in chemistry, actually. I have a PhD in chemistry, and I have a mini MBA from the International Finance Corporation, which is a member of the World Bank Group. Now, last year, I became a Mastercard Foundation EdTech Fellow by winning 100,000 USD and 18 months of advisory for iTrain Africa to support our mission. Again, I'll tell you about our mission shortly. Of course, I'm the founder of iTrain Africa, and I'm a convener of the biggest impact conference in Africa for youth professionals and women. And we've had 2 editions where we've had 75 speakers combined from 25 nations. And mission, which is the most important thing to me. We are on a mission to ensure that 10 million Africans, youth, women, and professionals gain clarity of skills and become globally employable and competitive. For me, that is a mission. So it is consistent across everything I do. So if you ever see me saying I'm a Mastercard Foundation EdTech Fellow, or why did you have to go and pursue a 100,000 USD grant, is because we are chasing 3 different audiences. This particular audience I'm speaking to right now, mostly professionals, adults that can afford their own upgrade. Let me put it that way. But quite more than often, the youths are people that someone needs to support in one way or the other to foot their own upskilling. So yeah, that is how we got that grant. I will be using to support youths in one way or the other since then. Now that my introduction is out of the way, plenty features in different things. So if you Google my name, these are part of the things that you will see me come up in. And I'm excited for today. Now, beyond all the features and the accolade, we are going to talk about who this workshop is for. I like to do this so in case somehow is your friend that invited you, you don't know what exactly is happening here, we can quickly clear our doubts and say, okay, this workshop is for me or it is not for me. Now, this workshop is for you. I say workshop. It is not a webinar. There's a difference. Whenever I say workshop, it means you are going to pull out your devices and get to work. That's why a workshop is not a webinar. A webinar is come listen, be turning about in your kitchen and be listening. This is a workshop. That is why my team shared you a worksheet before we started, right? So you are going to grab your device and you're going to work 1 hour, 30 minutes into this session, or maybe even sometime after 1 hour. So trust me, get ready, right? So it's for you if you're tired of feeling stuck in your career that is no longer serving you. Please grab the front seat. This workshop is for you. Now, this is also for you if you've worked several years only to realize that you are not living the life that you truly desire. This workshop is for you. Grab another front seat and popcorn. Now, you are tired or you have tried different jobs via LinkedIn, Indeed, Glassdoor, and every other place that someone has recommended to you. But nothing, nada is happening. This workshop is for you. Now, this workshop is for you if you have been saying, it is this year that I will finally transition and get paid what I deserve. But this year has become next year has become next year, and you are stuck in that hustle circle. This workshop is for you. And if you have taken multiple certifications in various emerging fields, only you data analysis, only you cybersecurity, only you project management, only you different things, this workshop is for you because you have done all those things and there are no tangible results. Now, if you have paid for multiple revamps of CV, cover letter, LinkedIn profiles, but you only get 183 people viewed your profile on LinkedIn, this workshop is for you. Okay, now that we have gone through all the people that this workshop is for and should be listening to me, in this masterclass, in this workshop, what would you learn? Please, maybe I should also put a caveat. This workshop is not for you. If you think there are miracles happening somewhere and you think miracle is how we get to the apex of our career, oh, you don't have to do anything. This is not a money doubling scheme. This is me passing on knowledge of what I am doing or I have done to win all those accolades that I first talked about. It is a systematic knowledge dissemination. This is not it. So if your mindset is that there is a miracle, just press a button and this will happen. This workshop is not for you. I do not pass on miracles. I pass on knowledge to people. Now, in this masterclass, here are the things you will learn. You will learn the places that you can find this high-paying remote work, and beyond the remote work, even general global opportunities that fit your lifestyle. You will learn that in this workshop. You will be able to identify the top skills needed to succeed in any remote opportunity. You would also be able to align your interests and career path for clarity and impact. You would also be able to understand how to do gap analysis and skills mapping for your desired remote job or career. That we will cover in this workshop. What you get access to, again, the community you are in, you've already gained access to that. It's like a bonus on this program where we put you in the community, and even beyond this particular remote work masterclass, we'll keep that community because sometimes we engage, we share opportunities and things like that. So yeah, and we share maybe even other master classes or other, what's it called? Lives that I have that I teach or wherever I go to do speaking engagements and I feel we are going to benefit, we share it in that community. So we keep that community alive. Now we get exclusive pre-workshop materials. Again, activity 1, 2, 3 has been done before this workshop. If you did not do your own, go and get it done now that I'm still speaking. Now, receive a free guide on like 10 open remote opportunities within our network, our ecosystem at the academy, that is at the Skill for Work Academy by iTrain Africa. Sometimes our partners share opportunities with us and we share those kind of things. That is also a bonus on this, your remote work masterclass. Now, replay to this masterclass will be shared for 5 days after this masterclass. So please keep an eye out for it. Now, there will be 1 week bonus of Q&A within the community. That is also a bonus. Now, what is this workshop now? It is not a skills training. This is a clarity session. It is not a skills training. This is also not a coaching program, meaning we'll continue to teach you. No, this is not a mentorship, coaching, or whatever continuous program. This is not that class. Now that we've talked about who this is for and what you would gain and what it is not, what is the objective of this masterclass? Is for you to gain clarity and have a blueprint on how global remote and hybrid opportunities that can afford you the flexibility, the fulfillment, and the profitability. You would gain clarity and a blueprint on these things. I will be teaching you for 3 hours in this workshop, and there's an optional session that is a Q&A session. So at the end of 3 hours, I would have completed my teaching. Should you have questions for me or you want to listen to me respond to people's questions so you can gain better insight, please feel free. I will be offering myself for free for another 2 hours. Please take notes. When people pay me to talk to me one-on-one for 1 hour, they pay me 250,000. That is, it's an optional 500,000. I am dashing this audience. So if you feel like after 3 hours you've gained what you need, please, thank you very much. Teaching will be completed in 3 hours. Now that we have talked about all these things, how am I sure that you are going to achieve the objective of what I said you would achieve, which is clarity and gain a blueprint on how you are going to navigate the next phase of your career? It is because my students call me Clarity King. If there is something that is common in the hundreds of testimonials we get across platform, it is the fact that they will say, you have been blessed with helping people gain clarity on what they need to do next. And people gain clarity, get results, basically what brought them here. So trust me on that one. If you came here with the mindset of, I would learn irrespective of what I know before, you would gain from this session. Now that is sorted, if you are right now turning a bar in your kitchen or just plugging earphones and you are putting on, you are watching Premier League, you are wrong, because your Premier League will continue to happen. This masterclass will only happen once. Your eba can wait. Please, 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 please. I always say 3 hours is not too much for you to dedicate to your career growth. It is not too much. This is not one of those webinars you come and multitask. That is not one of those webinars. What are you going to say here? It is not one of those webinars, okay? Pay attention. If your children are disturbing, send them. I said, please go to the other room. Mommy needs to listen. Daddy needs to take this seriously. Please take this seriously. I tell people that our way of giving back is having a webinar that is valuable, that is 5,000 naira. Because me and you, I just told you how much I charge per hour for people to talk to me. So it is just a subsidized thing that helps us to weed out people that are not going to take it seriously. That is what we did. Because to even get you to attend this workshop through ad, we are spending nothing less than 10,000 naira. Trust me, that one. I'm just saying. So please take it seriously. Take it seriously. So now that I understand that all of us has grabbed our device, we are paying attention, we are not multitasking in this workshop, let's get started. Now, what's the time? Okay, yeah, we are within our 15 minutes for our introductions. Part 1. I am going to divide this workshop into 3 major things. Part 1, Part 2, Part 3. Why? So that we understand what is stopping us or what has been hindering us. Part 1, we are going to name it eligibility. And this eligibility, right, it is what's extremely important, because that is what has been stopping many people, many people from getting what they actually need. But they don't know. They think it is by finding out the exact locations of remote work. I always say location. If that is what brought you here, I will tell you now in the next 20 seconds, and you can, because location doesn't matter. If you like, access 1 million opportunities that are open. If you don't understand what to do to get them, we are just playing. So it is not about where to find them. It is about where you find them and what you do to get it to be your own, because opportunities are so numerous. 7.4 million opportunities are open yearly. But unfortunately, it is not about it being open. It is about you being able to access it. They are two different things. And it is always starting from what? Eligibility. Now, for some of you that have typed that you cannot hear, please, it is your network. People can hear me. So log out and log back in, right? Okay, somebody is even typing that already. Thank you, fantastic. Now that we are sorted on that one, to get a global remote job or a global opportunity in general, maybe what I did not tell you when I said I have accessed 5 continents, as in with somebody else's money, it is various categories of global opportunities. Me, international remote work I have done. Business lab, I had that Franco-German Innovation Lab, only me is there. Unleash Global Innovation Lab in Singapore 2018, that's another category. Masterclass Foundation ETF Fellowship that came 100,000 years, that's another category. That's like a business grants category. What's it called? Competition, I have won. What are they calling it? Hackathon, Women Pre-Return, I have been. Tony Elumelu, I have been there. Like name it. There are 10 categories of global opportunities, but people only understand that there's even job or remote work. That's one. The reason why I have great knowledge around these things is because I have accessed a wide range of global opportunities. I am not about to stop winning. Every year, year in, year out, I am winning something because I understand the wide range of these things. And that is the same way I bring it to this workshop so you understand what exactly to do. Now, in across all those 10 categories of global opportunity, one thing is common to them. You need to meet the eligibility criteria of global employers or headhunters or givers. So whenever you hear me say headhunters, it is because if it is recruiter, it is about job. Headhunter could be headhunting you for a speaking engagement. Recently, in February, I was invited to speak at the London School of Economics, right? All expense paid. I spoke at that engagement on March 10 in London. So it is like, that's headhunting. They headhunt you for that global opportunity because it's not a job. Do you understand? It is headhunting you for the specific. So media feature, speaking engagement internationally, featuring whatever. All those things are various categories of global opportunity. And some of you are here in the actual sense of it. You don't even need job because I'm looking at like these forms you people submitted, we always look at it before we even come into this particular session. And one thing is common. I'm looking at like a cross section of what you people have said, right? A cross section of what you people have said, and I'm saying, like it's mostly not about the job. It's just really about what's flexibility, recognition, and things like that. So please ensure that what brought you here, you stayed focused on it. Okay, now that we have said that, that eligibility is one thing that you cannot skip. You skip it, you don't get the opportunity. Now, what are the eligibility requirements? What are the things for you to look out for? So when you check on that one, we will now say, okay, let's move to the next phase. Now, eligibility typically has to do with when it comes to remote job, because that is what we are talking about, right? That is what we are talking about, this category, eligibility requirements. I always say the first thing you must understand when it comes to global remote job is, are you employable? I did not say, are you employed? There are two different definitions. Are you employable based on the standard of the people that are going to give you that opportunity? So if you cannot answer that question, let me break it down. According to the global standard, recruiters and hunters are going to give you these things. Employability is you possessing the knowledge, the aptitude, the skills, and other traits employers require. It is a set of qualities and competencies that are required for you to meet adequate needs of an employer. And I am going to take a minute to explain that. You see, I did not say employability is you having the certificate and certification. I say it is you having the knowledge, the aptitude, the skills, and other traits that they consider competencies. And I always say something. Let's be clear. You cannot give yourself the opportunity. which simply means you don't get to define what they require. Unfortunately, this world is not nice. They set the opportunity criteria. And probably because I have been in a situation where I have been both an applicant and an accessor. As a volunteer, the Unleash Global Innovation Lab I belong to that asks people from 163 countries globally. The one I said I did in Singapore before I became an ambassador for the Sub-Saharan African region. I have had to shortlist people for subsequent batches of Unleash. I see our criteria. I see how we judge. When I was at UN Live, I said I was covering 23 global locations. That is for work. I was covering Africa when it came to partnerships and recruitment. It meant that when I'm employing local facilitators that work for us, I will have a set of criteria. In the all of that criteria, in that whole thing that we have, education was not a requirement. Certificate wasn't. So I just gave you two different categories of global opportunities, whether it was me working and employing local facilitators across Africa, or it was me assessing the Unleash Global Innovation. By the way, Unleash Global Innovation Lab is like a 8 days all expense paid innovation lab. I went to Singapore, they paid for everything, flight accommodation, they outsourced it. They even still gave us stipend money to be spending. Such an opportunity. But I'm saying, in us selecting people for the subsequent batches, or me employing people globally, or I have also organized hackathon for Unleash in Nigeria and everything. In this whole thing, I have not seen. When I also got employed internationally, trust me, people will say, Doc, it is because you have a PhD. Fun fact, they never asked for my certificate. Fun fact, I never presented it as a thing. Fun fact, in my cover letter that I presented, the 2 paragraphs of what I was describing, not one was about my academic. I described 2 different paragraphs. It was not about my academic. So before you come and be saying, this woman, everything she's going to say, I will not understand it. It is because she is only lucky because PhD. Hello? I just told you right now, across various things I have done. So eligibility criteria on the global stage has changed. Let's first be aware of that one. So when you are aware that eligibility criteria has changed, you will stop fetching water into a basket. Fetching water into his basket is trying to use certifications to get employable by global employers because they did not ask you. So what it means is we need to first reprogram our mind to define what is important to these people. When we know what is important, if we don't have it, it's still okay. We can then do something about it. So it is a set of competencies that is defined by these people. So in the next couple of minutes, I will then walk you through what those competencies are. So at the end of these 5 competencies I am describing, you will rate yourself, you will give yourself, across each one, I will describe 5. You will give yourself over, like, this one I have it, this one I don't have it. So at the end of this, we'll do an exercise. Everybody will write, I have 40 over 100, I have 10 over 100, I have 80 over 100. I need to define it. Because again, the very first one we need to look at when it comes to what the global employers define as competencies is knowledge. And that is the one. Before I say knowledge, half of the room will say, I have this one now. Hello, I did not say if you went to school. If you went to school is not what knowledge is. They are 2 different things. Now, I must also state that knowledge may be learned or may be acquired in school. And it may not have been acquired in school, depending whether your course of study in the field that is what you want to use to work in the field. Example, I did chemistry, BSc, MSc, PhD. But in me getting hired as a global program coordinator at Mission for the United Nations, it required me to, the job description said, you must have things like, let me say, knowledge around partnership coordination. You must have knowledge around organizing people locally. You must be able to apply for grants. The job had different skill sets that my PhD degree did not feature in that entire skill set or in that entire knowledge base. So the thing I could take from my PhD that I would say was an advantage to me was the fact that a part of my PhD needed to be done abroad because we did not have the equipment in Nigeria. So that is what led me in 2016 to start applying sporadically for grants. So that's applying sporadically for grants so that I could get money to go and do a part of that PhD is what knowledge I then disseminate, is what knowledge came in handy in getting that work. So when I say it was a part of my journey, not a part of the course content. And that was how I started to create programs around global opportunities, eligibility, and things like that. My PhD journey made me suffer because from 2016 to 2017 July, I was applying non-stop for opportunities and I was not getting it. And I would go online and say, is somebody selling online course that teaches people how to apply for grant or anything? I did not see anything. And I would tell my then, as that's my PhD supervisor, say, hey, go and meet Dr. something in botany. That person won Commonwealth last year. Maybe they will show you one or two things. And I will go and meet that person. The person will say, hey, Jerry, come back. I'll have time on this person. Again, what you don't pay, when you pay someone for something, you can demand their time. When you don't pay for something, you are the person's mercy. And for me, that time I was frustrated because I felt if somebody would just build this thing into it, let me pay for it now. But nobody was agreeing to create such knowledge because, again, I will not get that knowledge in school, but I needed that knowledge to complete the PhD. So if what you learned in school is not knowledge that is relevant to the remote work that you want to do, you don't have knowledge around that subject matter, period. So let's define. So now you start to rank yourself. What knowledge I have? That I said, knowledge may have been acquired from school. Knowledge may have been acquired from you taking courses online. Knowledge may have been acquired. So someone, for instance, wants to do data analysis in the remote workspace. So you might have gone to pay for an online course on data analysis. Now you have gained knowledge on that thing. So it is not your BSc that you will say you have knowledge. That's not knowledge. Knowledge that is relevant to your field. Are we clear? Now, the number two thing that forms up eligibility criteria and competency is what? Skills. What I call technical skills, hard skills, whatever. Now, technical skills are the skills that are specific and teachable abilities that can be measured and often job specific, aka your doctor, your lawyer, your accountant, your engineer, your project management, your digital marketer, your cyber security, all those things that they used to call you name within your organization. Bam. That is your what? Your hard skills, or that's what you call your, when you say, what is your area of technical expertise? Oh, I'm an expert at human resources. That one that gives you name. There is a difference, a clear distinction between knowledge and skills. You can be a knowledgeable data analyst that just finished data analysis course, but you are not skilled at it because skills come from you acquiring knowledge and delivering work. So if all you have done, I took a course in data analysis, uncle, you don't have 20% under hard skills. That is what it means. But you have 20% for knowledge. So, and they are specific to fields. They are what? Specific to fields. So what it means is you have acquired the knowledge, but please take notes. You don't have to acquire skills in a what? In a structured manner. You know the Igbo apprentice model that they use in learning work. You can acquire skills from an apprenticeship model. You can acquire skills by doing the work that you did not go to school for. AKA, when I became the global program coordinator, I acquired all the skills that was required to do that coordination because I had been running a business. I became a global program coordinator at Live in 2022. I started my business, my first business in 2010. So at the time, I had 12 years of hiring staff, coordinating, delivering projects and all that. So at the time, it meant that I had the skills that I could use to render global coordination. Do you understand? So it is also possible that I probably did not have knowledge, which showed when I got on my job because I did not have the basic knowledge of project management, but I had the skills because I had done it. So if you are a person that your course of study does not come with internship or all those things that doctor and pharmacists do, you know their own, before they will say they finish, they will do 1 year of house job, all those house job or in that thing that they do. So a doctor is one of the only professions in this Nigeria that know that, okay, oh, they are getting both knowledge and skills because they are doing all the practicals in their program. It's only doctors I know that have that kind of model, that they acquire two of them together. But for most people, we just went to school. We have knowledge. We don't have the skills, because if you're a chemist, you finish school, you cannot even do soap. You've not produced soap before. You don't have skills. Do you understand? Now that we are clear, rate yourself 20 based on what you want to do in the remote space. Do you have skills that are relevant? I did not say, did you do medical this thing in school and you want to do project management online, and you'll be saying you don't have skills. Oh, you don't have skills yet, no matter your level of degree. Now, the third one, which people don't pay attention to at all, which people don't talk about enough when it comes to the set. Why are we talking about these three major things? I mean, these five things that I'm talking about. Because we all agreed before I started that it is the employer that will give you the work. That means you must have what they are asking for. These are the set of competencies that they require from you. So it is either you abide by it and get what you need, or you don't, and you don't get what you need. So we must understand what they're asking. I just wanted to remind you, in case you're saying, why are we even talking about these things? The third one, which is what we call job readiness skills, aka people call it soft skills. I don't call it soft skills. Transferable skills, fundamental workplace skills. This one is the culprit. 85% of the time that you don't get remote work, this is the skill that is responsible for it. I'm not joking. And I did not say so. There is a Harvard research by Harvard and Stanford that said they sampled 5,000 global employers, and they said 85%, like 93% of them said 85% of your job success is tied to the interpersonal skills. Do you understand? And only 15% is associated with your technical expertise, aka all the money you spent in your degree, certifications and everything, they are only weighting it on 15%. So you can imagine you that your strategy has been to keep acquiring more technical certifications. That means even if you have 10, in their own scoring guide, it only accounts for 15. So I mean, you can get 15 over 15 because you have plenty technical expertise. The remaining weighting goes to this one I am about to talk about. Because no matter the 15 over 15 you get, it's still 15 over 100 if you don't have the other one that they really rate high. And that is the one people don't even know what they are. Now, let's talk about them, because if something carries 85% weight, it means we need to pay our attention. And I know this because it's when I started to work internationally, I said, global remote work is even different from local remote work. Like, they are two different things. Not to now talk of someone that's not even done like a remote this thing before. Now, interpersonal or transferable skills is more about how you work. How you work, not what you know. Meaning, what you know, you must now deliver it as work. So your mode of how you are delivering that work, the ease of delivery of that work to the people that you need to deliver it to, is what counts more in the remote workspace. And you must be wondering why. It is because they employ you are sitting in Nigeria, the company is in the US. You say you have technical expertise on how to do accounting. You do the accounting finish. You don't report it on time. You don't report it in the right format. You don't report it on the right channel. That work is tantamount to not being done. So you could have done the work, which is what you know. But how that work is delivered is more important to them. They hire you out of Africa. They say, whenever you experience a challenge in something, can you just quickly drop a message on something on Slack? You drop a message on Slack. You don't tag the relevant person. You drop it on Slack. You are not putting it on the right channel. But you will say you've done the work. What? The work did not get to the person that sent you the work. and the person is tired of explaining to you on how to work, then you go. So when you are going into a remote work interview, before they are checking. In fact, the moment you are getting an email, let me tell you something that happened recently. An email was sent to someone to say, your interview is XYZ. That person was emailing us at when the interview has arrived to say, please, where is the Zoom link? Guess what? I did not have to conduct that interview. I said, this candidate is not going to work. I didn't have to conduct that interview. The fact that you could not spot that when I said, here is the Zoom link, I hyperlinked Zoom in that email, and you did not know that that Zoom, that hyperlink blue, was for you to click it and actually join us. You are going to be hard to work with. I am telling you real life, this happened last week. I did not wait to check the technical expertise of the person. It was a no-no, because you will be hard to work with. So I am telling you real life, before you think, they did not even, like that interview did not even, like, before you enter the interview, they disqualified you. Something small. Another incident to tell you how important this transfer, how you work skill is. A lady was interviewed for an international this thing. Like, everything was on check. She was certain she was going to get that job. Now, here's what happened. They now sent her an email to then say, oh, you need to submit a couple of XYZ. The interview went well. You need to submit a couple of XYZ and everything like that. They now gave instruction in that email. She now emailed back what they asked her to send. She didn't hear back. She said, did this email get to them? They read it, they did not reply. There's a way that you can check if somebody read your email. She emailed them. They didn't reply. And in the global space, even if they will not employ you, they will have the courtesy of replying you and saying, oh, this. She emailed, did a follow up again, which is one of the things I teach on our programs at Escape for Work Academy. Again, they didn't reply. Then she went back to the email they sent her to go and read it line by line. Guess what they did? They wrote in the paragraph 2 of that email that when you are sending us this email, in your subject, put the word pineapple. Something as ridiculous as that. In your subjects, put the word pineapple. She replied that email without putting the word pineapple. She saw it after she had followed up on the email twice, and she did not see it. Now, in that particular case, she now went the third time to email it. That was how she lost that opportunity. Technically, she qualified. You know why they discarded that? Because of that. Attention to details. You would be hard to work with. And that is a major flaw of Africans. The interpersonal skills. I always spend time, every time I'm teaching this, I spend time on this slide. You need to know how important it is. Because they know that is the major shortfall. As Africans, they work. We are very hardworking. We know these things. We went to school. We know book. We are working. Our technical expertise is not in question. But you see our how to work skill, terrible, on the floor. Now, they are made up a whole lot of things that school does not teach. They are typically referred to in my space as the workplace foundational or fundamental skills. And they comprise of 4 major sets of skills: the digital skills, the soft skills, the life skills, and the basic tech skills. So whenever people tell me they are soft skills, I say, Is that you call them fundamental workplace skills, transferable skills, interpersonal skills, job readiness, but to say they are soft skills. Soft skill is a category under this set of skills. Digital skills, soft skills, life skills, and basic tech skills. Under these basic tech skills is where we have the use of basic organizational things like basic project management. I keep saying basic because in the global remote space, every work that is handed over to you is a project. So every individual is a project manager. So if you don't have the basic tech knowledge of project management, you're on your own. It's a fundamental. It doesn't matter the work you want to do. This is the skill that is responsible. This set of skills is responsible for your ability to deliver remote work. It is responsible for your ability to get remote work, and it is the least talked about. This is the reason I left academia to come and build a curriculum for it. A quick story. I had a 4.92 in environmental chemistry. I had a scholar grant. I won a scholar grant to go and do a part of my PhD in the UK, in RGU Aberdeen. I got there. Scholar, your head is hot. I had a very great research going on. Now, I carried all my samples from Nigeria. When it comes to lab, I will enter lab. I can do all my lab, and my technical expertise was not in question. I finished analysis of my things, used all the machines. I will now bring results to the hub to sit down. I will now be looking at other PhD people that came from Qatar, UK, US, in the hub. When they say, come and present, every week, PhD students will be presenting their work. The first one I attended, this was how I sat down. I was seeing people doing fantastic data analysis of their work. They could not navigate a simple Microsoft sheet, not to talk of converting it into graph. So I had hundreds of samples. Some people had 10 samples. They will now use data analysis to do an amazing job of presentation. Their presentations, like you will see benzene ring rotating like this in 3D. I could not do it. So it was not about the work. It was how I was going to present it, aka soft skills, presentation, basic tech skills. Data analysis is a basic tech skill. Data analysis, project management, they are basic tech skills. So I was doing right in the lab. I was the worst when it came to finish line because I did the work. The how to work skills was questionable. And I suffered for it. And I came back to Nigeria and told my then HOD that, Oga, we need to do something about the 600,000 graduates we are churning out in Nigeria every year because they are out to work skill. And when I say work, I don't mean just 9 to 5. 9 to 5, academic, freelance, entrepreneur. All of us are lacking. Work is anything that you do for a living, right? In my case, my living then was academia, and I was falling short. So please, I emphasize this a lot because I know what my eyes saw. And in that, I said to my boss, I said, can we do a different course? Can we start a curriculum that puts together what all these skills are? In practical thing, I did not say list them on Google and say, soft skills are leadership, this communication. After you now finish listing it, how does it help me how to work? How do you show me the case in uses? If you are not showing me like practically using work case scenario, you are just listing, it still doesn't help me improve my productivity on the work. And that was what led me to bounce out of academia. After that 2019, and for me, when I find a problem, I solve it. I was too annoyed because I will stay there. I will say, so now we'll graduate another set of people. And they are not employable. Me and you know they are not employable. But we keep doing the same thing. He said, Doc, and my dad said, Darren, you cannot change the federal government curriculum. I said, so what are we going to do? I said, but someone needs to be doing something. He said, the curriculum does not even exist. And in 2021, I was annoyed enough. I exited and started building Night in Africa. 3 years, I had to go and build the workplace fundamental skills curriculum using all my experience across academia, being an employer of labor for 16 years, and also my international job experience to build a curriculum. Because what does not exist, you cannot even teach people. Now, this particular skill set, let's remember that 85% of your job success in the remote work is tied to it. So technically, it is the most important in the whole scheme of things. Now, number 4, personal attributes. Personal attributes that global employers are looking for that contributes to your success. I know you'll be hearing it. Adaptability, cultural sensitivity, diversity, time management, People list it all the time. I'm going to give you case scenarios. Now, personal attributes. Let me give you an example. In 2017, when I won my first international travel, Brazil, 2 weeks, I used to tie scarf. I'm a Muslim. 10 days are gone in that particular thing. You see me, I'm a very, fun to be with person. And this lady walked up to me and said, Jerry, I've seen that you're a very distant person. This is the only reason I'm going to ask you this question. I said, okay, go ahead. I said, you've been here for a while and you've just tried your hair a whole lot and everything. And it just seems like kind of insultive. I said, you say? He said, because in my culture, when a woman keeps covering her eyes, I say she's insulting us that our own hair is not good. I said, That was the first time. Again, cultural sensitivity. I was like, oh, she's like, so I'm wondering I said, what? I said, the only reason I cover my hair is because I'm a Muslim. She was like, oh, that because she had not seen that the covering was like this. So she did not understand. So when sometimes you do things and because you have not interacted at the global level, you do it anyhow. In Africans, we have this common thing that you get to a place of work in the morning. You will say, let's do morning devotion. You and who is doing morning devotion in the remote, like in the global space? It doesn't mean you don't believe in whatever God that you believe in. But you need to be culturally and aware. And those are the things that they call personal attributes. And they will be sampling you with those things in the interview. Because you don't even know, because the question they want to ask you, they will not ask you a question to say how opinionated are you about this thing. They will not ask you straight, but you see the subtleness of them dropping it in interviews. And as an African that does not know, you will start to hey, see, in fact, by God's grace, this our business is succeeding in Jesus' name. I said, uncle, they did not ask you. Because what they are then checking is this person believes that it is miracle that will get the job done. They don't believe in logic, that they need to invest this XYZ. You have already disqualified yourself. Because they feel like you will be that person that will come on the job and be using God for excuses when it comes to you not delivering. So if you cannot explain to me in clear terms how you would deliver outcomes, 3 sentences already saying, and I know by God's grace, God will help me do the rest. Hello? That is not how they reason. So again, being aware of the diversity of these things is very key. Another example would be you go into an interview. They are saying time management. They are asking you about time. You are talking about, okay, how about if you have that meeting for 6 p.m.? And they say 6 p.m. what? They say 6 p.m. now. They know that this one does not understand the reasoning of the global space. Because nobody says time in the global space without putting the time zone. Is it 6 p.m. WAT? 6 p.m. CET? 6 p.m. EST? 6 p.m. what? Again, you are busy investing your energy on technical expertise, whereas they are judging you based on the things that school did not teach you. And you would not know it if you've never been in that space. So when I say personal attributes, traits that contribute to your work success, these are the kind of things we are talking about. Now, the 5th one, relevant experience. Please, the operational word in that is relevant. Please. You may be an experienced person in this room who has zero relevant experience, meaning you've been working in ministry as whatever it is. In fact, let me use myself as a typical example. When I was going to get my work, I don't know whether it is NHM or UN Live work. I can't remember. But it was a work that was going to relate with me. I think it was NHM work, that first one. And I was to submit a cover letter. And the job description was going to be around, me getting volunteers locally, academics, putting all of them together to innovate a product and things like that. And, they'd asked me to write a cover letter or something to speak about, why am I due for that thing? And the 2 paragraphs that I wrote, one was describing my time at the Unleash Global Innovation Lab. One was describing my time doing another international project, volunteer interactional project. The 2 things I described were things that I did for like 3 to 5 months. In the entire cover that I wrote, my PhD did not come up at all. You know why? That experience wasn't relevant to the job. But the mistake that I have seen a lot of professionals make is because I know you suffered to get your schoolwork and your academic degree. You have suffered to do one thing. Your money has gone inside it. So you want to brag, right? So you are using what you think is the best of yourself to brag. There was someone's personal statement I was reading one time that the question that they asked was like something around why, it was something like, talk about yourself, the kind of things you've done outside of this thing. This person went on and on about how they were top 1% of their class. About kinika. I said, auntie, I don't understand. Top 1% of your class, what does that mean? It means you are brilliant academically. How is that relevant to what I'm asking you? So please, first calm down from your high horse if you are guilty of this, of bragging about what you think is the most important. And come back and ask yourself, is it relevant to the thing they are asking me? If it is not relevant, go back and go and drop that experience because it is not relevant. A 3-month experience that you did in a filling station as an attendant may be more relevant than your 15 years of working in the ministry. So whenever I say, do you have relevant experience? I'm talking about these 5 things. Now we are at the end of that. The big question, what you currently have, does it meet the eligibility criteria of the remote work you want? Everybody, time of truth, let's start gauging ourselves. Knowledge, rate yourself. Do you have 20 or do you have 0? Skills, do you have 20 or do you have 0? Interpersonal skills, aka remote worker skills, aka how to work skills. Do you have 20 or do you have 0? 4, personal attributes. Do you have 20 or do you have 0? 5, relevant experience. Do you have 20 or do you have 0? Start to put what you have in the comment section. If you like, inflate it for yourself. I always say the greatest state of something is when somebody is deceiving themselves. Do you understand? Like when you are the person that is deceiving yourself, that's the greatest state of this. I say because when you are telling yourself that you have it, it means that you will not go and get the remaining one. And you don't get the remaining one, they cannot give you the opportunity. So let's be clear. So this is a room where we are getting clarity and we are doing what? Understanding what the requirement and competencies they want are, so that we can then analyze our gap. This is where we are doing gap analysis. What gap do we have? So that your next money that you want to invest in a course, in a mentorship, in a training, in anything, will be to fill that gap. Not to add another title to your name. So that we are not investing resources time, money, energy in getting what we don't need. Because now Dr. AAA has explained to you that these are the 5 things that global employers consider competencies. So if this is the criteria that can get us 85% of the score in their score sheets, then we need to focus on it to meet it. Simple and short. Because they are the givers. We are not. They set their criteria. Your criteria of you going to school is not their criteria. So self-assessment, first thing. What is your score? 0 over 100. And please, I've been doing these lessons, these trainings long enough to know that I have seen people that have 0 over 100 now. In 6 months, they have 100 over 100. So in 1 year, they have 100 over 100. The only difference is based on who you are right now. When you do your gap analysis, you'll be able to tell like, okay, for me, these interpersonal skills I don't have. This that doctor talked about, this personal attribute I don't have, meaning I don't have 40, but I have knowledge and I have skills in that regard, and I have relevant experience. So I have 60 over 100. So it means that for me, what I need to focus on is interpersonal skills, learning it, and personal attributes. That is, do you understand? That is gap analysis. I think in a very logical manner. When I want to do something, okay, what do I have? And that is how I apply for grants and win them. I open the thing, I read all the eligibility criteria. Okay, this one I have, this one I don't have. What do I need to do to get it? Simple and short. Then I increase my winning probability, not chance, because it's not a chance. Global opportunity is not chance. Is you increasing what they need, so you have a higher probability of getting selected. Now, that's assessment 1, gap analysis. Let me read what people are saying. Okay. How has the first 1 hour been? I think we are 7 p.m. West African time. So you keep hearing me say 7 p.m. West African time. Why? I'm just used to it already. Because I understand that there are 13 plus countries in this room. The world does not start and end where you are. When you are communicating and people in the room don't understand you. Do you understand? So people are in Kenya in this room. They are 2 hours ahead of me. The only way that time is going to make sense is because I'm putting the time zone behind it. Someone said pineapple. I'm telling you. They say put pineapple in this thing. And the person, pineapple disqualified the whole tech guru. I tell you. Like, I'm just reading this thing. Cultural shock. I tell you, cultural shock. Okay, so I want to see what's funny but so through. Best webinar I've attended so far this year. Thank you, Dr. Denzel. Well, so how has it been? And this is our first 1 hour. This is what we cover in the first 1 hour, eligibility. Best webinar I've attended is our business must succeed by the grace of God. I will trust me, you'll be shocked. Like, talk about God less, not because you believe in God less, but because they feel like whenever someone is calling God on God on God, that is laziness. They don't want to do the work. They want to do fundamental work. They are using God to hide. Do you understand? I once asked a colleague, how prepared are you for this exam? He said he will pass, inshallah. I looked at him, right? So again, it is what it is, 10 over 20 and all that. So what have people scored themselves over 100? Over 100, over 100, let's say, okay, that is 40 over 100 and everything like that, 90% and all. So this is where we are. People have written what they have over 100. So the next thing we are then going to do is to then start fixing. We have identified our own gap, 40 over 100, 50 over 100. We have identified our own gap. The remaining part of the work becomes easier, right? Self-acknowledgement. Part 2, career assessment and remote job overview. Now, coming into this section with the mind of your gap. If you don't do this gap, you still be saying, I beg, God will help me do it. I know you think me, I don't believe in God. Do you understand? But I'm just saying, like, it is important that we bring forth our best. They will not say, God, let me enjoy your grace. That should there be 2 of us that have the same thing, grant me your grace. That is how it works. Now, part 2, career ascension and remote job overview, which is a part. Now let's get to the remote work overview. There are 3 core pillars you need to consider in the career path you choose, because there are some set of people in this room that they need to transition their career from what they are doing before they can do remote work. And there are some people that they don't need to transition their career, but they need to build visibility on the right platforms for them to succeed. So there are two kinds of people. Some people's career cannot work in the exact mode they are practicing. An example, a bedside doctor, meaning you see patients in an hospital. You cannot transition to remote work, or else we now acquire an extra skill set in maybe project management. You become a health project manager, then you can do that your medicine remotely. That means you can use the skill set and experience you have before. You combine it with a new skill set of project management to become a health project manager, right? So, which is why we're going to discuss this. 3 core pillars you need to consider in a career path you want to choose now, or that you have already chosen when it comes to the issue of remote work. Now, let's move. These 3 core pillars, there are 3 core pillars I look at: profitability, flexibility, and fulfillment. Profitability, flexibility, and fulfillment. Now, if you are an entry level, you are a starter completely. For someone like you, there's an extra layer. I call it the 0 layer. In addition to these 3 things that an experienced person will consider, you also need to consider learnability, meaning, will this job teach me? Because you are the very basic beginning of your career. So your own, you cannot even, this is not your primary criteria. I always tell an entry-level person, please go and collect the 100K job that will teach you, than collect the 200K job that is only profitable. You'll be doing, sorry, no disrespect to customer service people, I'm going to say this, but the only job you do at the bank every morning, good morning, ma, how may I help you? Or you stand at the door, good morning, ma, you say, me, I'm a big, I'm earning 200K. I said 5 years down the line, the only thing you have learned on the job is good morning, how may I help you? Do you understand? So if you're at the very beginning of your career, please, the very first thing you consider is learnability. So your own is not starting from profitability. And I will talk about that much later. Now, these 3 core pillars, in us having done gap analysis and trying to understand what we need to do next, let's have these 3 things in mind. Can this career sustain you financially? We need to be honest, because I did not just go to, look, I'm a very impact-oriented person. I left academia to come and build a social enterprise. Do you understand? In my academic degree, when I was going to do a PhD, I was supposed to do another this, and I told my supervisor that if it is not impacting people, it doesn't make sense to me. My project must impact people. That is how impact-driven I am. But I'm still also saying that broke does not fund broke. I cannot do the Lord's work if I do not have money to push it. So even for people that want to, you just heard me now. I said I had to go and use my excellence in applying for global opportunities to go and find the money to support youth. But I had the expertise on how to apply for global, but that is the only reason they gave me 100,000 USD. If I did not know how to apply, forget it. If I did not first go and build a workplace fundamental skills curriculum, which you call WFS, you know that particular one that I said that has a gap that most people have and they don't have because the curriculum did not explain. That is what I spent 3 years of my life building, 2021 to 2024. We built it, we tested it and tested it before we launched it out in 2024 across the continent. Do you understand? It meant that I needed to invest my resources in doing that. Where would the resources come from? Of course, I had to do international job. So no matter how you even want to say, okay, I'm doing this. Hello? Why are foundations closing down, NGOs? They don't think about it like a business. I said, look, no matter how impact-driven my staff are, they'll get paid. Do you understand me? So I always say, please consider the profitability of that thing, because money must come from somewhere to fund your impact. Broke does not fund broke. Let's be clear. Tony Elumelu is giving out entrepreneurs $100 million. First, he built the thing that will fund that impact. So it is all right for you to consider the profitability of your remote work. The second thing you need to consider is flexibility. Can it provide me the AKA work life? I put it in quotes because it's not like there's work-life balance like that. Yeah. But does it afford me the flexibility I need in this phase of my life? And when I say phase, which is why I say for an entry level, the metrics are different. You are an entry level. You are putting flexibility. as the first criteria in your 3 core pillars of this thing? I don't understand. Like, entry level. Flexibility is your first thing. Like, how? What have you used your body to do? Are you sick? That you cannot do. Do you understand what I'm saying? So depending on your phase of life, you cannot, you that you've not done work. You've not done work, like no work, you've not done work. You are clamoring for work-life balance. So where is the work in the life now? Do you understand? So again, your phase of life will determine. The third thing is fulfillment. Does it align with your passion and skills? As at year 3, I knew for a fact I wanted to be a teacher. When we finished, and my mates were going to, bank was the in thing. We are going to the bank to go and do bank work. I said, I cannot do bank work. I can teach you for 6 hours without looking at a book because I love to do it. Do you understand? So a blessed person is the person that has to do work that they love because it doesn't feel like work. And I always say, based on where you are in your life, in these 3 things, if you are a person that you are what? You are above 10 years in your career. You see that last one, fulfillment it becomes like top of your criteria. It is no longer about the flexibility. It is not really about the profitability. It is always, because based on the form that I read about you people before I came here, if you see the statistic, it will shock you. What is driving people? So they will say, oh, why do you want to do this thing? Because I want to be able to do. Do you understand? So please take note that it is all right to admit that this is what is driving you towards this. And it can be money. In fact, if you're in like 5 to 10 years of your career, profitability is the first thing that will rank on your remote job search because you need to make the money. Do you understand? Then you will now get to 10 years, start to think about impact. And most of the time, people that are between 5 to 10 years of their career need both flexibility and the money. Why? Especially for women that are raising children. Do you understand? Women that are raising children. That's why I need some work that can grant me some flexibility, whether it is hybrid or it is fully remote. I need a bit of flexibility because of my other commitment. Right? So it is also always different. For a man that is 5 to 10 years of his career, it is always ranking. Their ranking is profitability, fulfillment before flexibility because they are men. So again, it depends on who we are, which is why I always say, please do a personality test. Who we are plays a significant role in this particular ranking. So the next thing we are going to do, knowing all these pillars, these 3 things, these qualities, what we need to look out for when we are then going to the remote job, it's now bring out of the topic of the remote job itself. Having in mind eligibility that we have discussed. Now, the 3 core pillars of whenever you see a remote work, you should be asking yourself, rank it. Rank it. Now, let's talk about remote work because sometimes people believe like remote work is a career. Do you understand? Remote work is not a career. It is a model of work, meaning how you deliver the work you already know how to do. Which is why I always say, when I see entry level people say they want to do remote work, I said, do you know how to do the work? Like you can do the work. Because remote work is a delivery model of the work. Do you understand? It's a delivery model of work. It is not a profession. So if it is a delivery model of the work, you think they hired me at UN Live, I will now sit in my house and I say, please let me sit down. I will sit down. Please organize a meeting for me to teach me the work. No. Remote work is about delivering the work. So you cannot do the work. You're an entry level, you're looking for remote work. So which work are you going to deliver now? Because you are coming to my interview, ma, do you know what? No, I will learn on the job, but you still want it to be remote. That's one of the weirdest things I've heard. I hired someone last year, and that was what she was proposing to me. I looked at her. That because kinikon, that maybe she's thinking that she can be understanding, so I can be getting into meeting. I said, me, like my time. Do you know how expensive my time is? When you come into my workspace physically, when I'm doing something, you can be shadowing me to learn. But you expect me to block 3 hours of my calendar online and be using it to teach you because you want flexibility in this work. You have mind, though. Like you really have mind. Like, did you listen to yourself on how ridiculous that is? Like, did your parents hire you a tutor? Do you understand what I'm saying? So again, I always say, please, let's understand how this works. No one is going to hire you internationally, pay you to come and be led, like for them to come and be teaching you the work. So remote work is a model of delivery of work. And I honestly believe it is reserved for experienced persons. Because you must be able to do the work. Then you then deliver it remotely. Remote hiring in the international space is about risk reduction, not about credentials. What did I say? Risk reduction. Let me break it down. Risk reduction means if I see two accountants, one got first class, one got a third class, and I'm trying to hire both of them for remote work, and I send them both emails, one of them that is a third class acknowledges that email, the other one does not acknowledge. I've already started scoring them. Do you understand? The second one comes to a meeting interview. Zoom. They are saying, I cannot hear. I'm telling them, log out and log in. They are struggling to even understand how to join a Zoom meeting. I've scored them. Because they are high risk. That first class is high risk. So it means that they are a risky hire. I said, this one now. So the next time I ask this person to join a meeting, I have international clients. I say, please, I have my digital marketer on the call during the meeting. The person is using 10 minutes to struggle out to join meeting. Meeting has finished. They are still struggling to join meeting. The higher your risk, which always ties closely to the interpersonal skills, the lower your employment probability in the remote workspace. Because you will frustrate me in delivering the work. So your experience already has value, but only if it is translated correctly. That work must be combined with the how to work skills for your risk to be reduced. So a global employer is not assessing the credentials, it is how risky it is. Will I hire this person? And every time I hire them, they'll be saying, why didn't you join the meeting? It rained in Nigeria today, so Airtel network is not working. I could not join the meeting with the partners. You're a risky hire. When I joined UN Life, I every day had 3 internets. Tizeti had to come and do a hardwire internet in my house. And every single point, I also had a SpectraNet modem and a mobile network every single time. 3 networks. Because again, I am working with people across the globe where internet is a standard. But I already come from Africa. I know. I'll now start exhibiting it. So all your excuses that you give your local employers will not fly. So you are a risky hire when you come with all those nonsense that we think is a norm here. So I always tell people that you must be able to understand what is important and makes you less risky as a hire in the international space. Your local experience is not equal to global value until you translate it. Employers hire for clarity, autonomy, meaning you can independently work without them saying, go and do this one and come. Take this cup first. When you get to the kitchen, drop it. When you finish dropping it, you're not coming. What should I have dropped it? What should I now do? Okay, wash it. And that is the way most local people work. We don't think about the end-to-end of a job. Because local work has built us that at the Disney, you'll be sending people one work, be micromanaging them. Even if you have 1 year of experience and they hire you remotely, you must own the end-to-end of your work. And you must communicate it. And when I say communicate, I did not say the communication they taught you in mass comm. Communication is when a receiver can receive message in the I did not ask you for definition. I'm asking you, are you communicating it in the way they ask you to communicate it? They add you to a remote work team. They ask you, put you people on a project management platform, aka Monday, Jira, whatever it is they put you. You will now finish your work until your boss is now sending you email. Darren, please, could you please update me on the work? You know the only reason why they are saying update me on the work, you don't know how to update on your work. Because first things first, whatever is making somebody follow up with you to update your work, you don't fail. Because if you've done the work, you would have gone to your project management base and update the project manager, and they can just see that, okay, this is the status of this work, completed in progress. You would have put notes to say in 2 hours, you would have communicated the progress of that work. Are you seeing this sense? So your local experience, ability to deliver work is not the same thing as global value. And ownership, you must own the outcome of your work in remote work. You mess up, you own it. But typical African, go, okay, why is that prayer not coming? It is because I talked to Wura. Wura said, Kinikan, Wura, hello, stop it. That is not how it works in the global space. You are handed over a project to work on. If you have to do everything within your power to ensure you deliver, they do not care about the people in your chain of work. They care about outcome. I did not say activity. You will see our local people, they'll be reporting activity. So when we now went to Kiniko, I did it. Where is the outcome of the work? Because at the end of the day, the remote work, it is outcome you are communicating, not the process. Like you come to a Monday report and the only thing you're talking about is the activities you are carrying out. Where is the outcome of that thing? So please take notes. Remote work has benefit though. You can work from anywhere. When I was working at UN Life, I'll be earning thousands of dollars. But on some days, I was pregnant there, I was doing antenatal. I'll be at the hospital. I'll be saying, I'll be telling my colleagues, I'm at this thing. I'll be listening to the meeting. I can do it from anywhere. I can try to go and surprise my husband in the office. Do you understand? I can do it from anywhere. I can determine my own schedule. And because I can do it from anywhere, my brain works best in the nights. I'm a very nocturnal person. Like my brain works best in the night. Also, I didn't have to buy clothes, so it was saving me money. Hey God, I suffered when I was teaching at Unilag. There was a day I was driving to Unilag to go and teach. I left my house 8 o'clock. That day, it's as if God said, today is your punishment. I got to Unilag 1:30. The course I wanted to go and teach was 2 o'clock. I finished teaching that course 2 to 4. That was the only thing I had that day. I left school 4:10. I got to my house 10:30 in the night. I used 13 hours on the road on a job that cannot even fuel my car. Are there lecturers in this room? I'm sure you agree that the money they will give you, I don't know, maybe it has changed. I'm just saying the money could not fund my lifestyle. I'm just saying, because I've been in business for a long time, so I had other sources of income. But I'm just saying it that at least there's money that they are giving you. And then when I gave birth, I could do exclusive breastfeeding because I was working from anywhere, so I had my baby with me. But guess what? I need to also shock you. Remote workers work the longest hours. Let me give you a typical example. The person I was reporting to was Indian, 4.5 hours ahead of me. My subordinates, local facilitators, some of them were in Alaska, 9 hours behind me. So if I had to catch my boss before our lunchtime, I would start work 7 a.m. If I had to talk to some of my subordinates in real time, I will have to wait till 9 p.m. So in the actual sense, my offer letter said 9 to 5 p.m. CET. That was on paper. You work crazy long hours. And because it is project-based, there's increased workload. People measure the amount of work they estimate the amount of time you should do on that job. An estimate of time is not always the reality of work. For instance, you want to set up a presentation. It will not take into cognizance that Canva maybe has a technical glitch at that time. You now start troubleshooting. 1 hour troubleshooting. But they've estimated that they ask you to do something that should take 30 minutes. But you will still have to deliver the work because they've estimated the amount of time you used to deliver that work. And also communication mishap. I believe this is the most untalked about thing that is very, very difficult in remote work. Because you're not seeing people, you have to be doing the work and be communicating it every step. So that people are not afraid. I said remote work is about less risk. Less risk. So take note of that. Now, the exercise 2 we'll do from this part is, what career paths do you want to work in remotely? What career path do you want to work in remotely? Now, we are going to do like a self-assessment because I know most people cannot answer that question. So how do we do this as a self-assessment? What are your current skills, experiences, and interests? Write it down in your worksheet. And when I say experience, even if you've told something in filling station before, you have served at your church as head of committee, all those ones are experiences. I did not say just your work experiences. Remember when I said that when I worked at UN Live or when I wanted to work, the experience I pitched was my volunteering experience and they used to hire me. So any experience, write it down. Your current skill set. What do I mean by current skill set? Let's say you are in your career for 10 years. You've had course to work in, you've moved from marketing, this, and so you have marketing skill set. But currently you're a manager of operations, but somehow you first did a bit of marketing, you did a bit of HR. Those are skill sets. What are the skill sets that are associated with the things you've done? Write the skill sets you possess, the experiences you possess, and what interests you. Someone like me, now, I like to photograph. So that photography plays a very interesting role in my marketing career. Let me put it that way. Do you understand? Because if you like to photograph content, you need to produce content to market. Do you understand? So it is an interest, but it has a significance in my marketing. Do you understand? I like to do pictures. Now, what is the result of your personality test? Of course, you should have done that one before now, because in the next 5 minutes, we are going to workshop LinkedIn. Now, industry intersections. Which industries do you think these skill sets, interests align or fit? Let me give you an example of how you would do that. And I will show you practically of what we are doing on LinkedIn. For instance, you've been in FMCG for 10 years. And in the FMCG, you've been doing marketing, street marketing, like physical activations and all those things. Now, that is a skill set, field marketing. Now, apart from FMCG, what other industry could this play out? Maybe manufacturing. So look at the skill set you currently have. In what possible industries are they relevant? Write it. Now, market demand. What fields have remote job opportunities? So you see, you've done a self-assessment. You will list your skill sets, the experiences, and what interests you. Separate them. You can draw a table and put it. Do you understand? Then your personality type, just keep it somewhere. Now, industry intersections, the skill set you have, what possible industries can you import them into? For instance, you being a secretary. A secretary has administrative skill sets. That administrative skill set can be imported into being a virtual assistant. Do you understand how that is playing out? Now, what is the market demand? You know, I just used someone now. Is being a virtual assistant, is there opportunity in the remote workspace for virtual assistants? Yes. So we are going to tie all that together because some people will do their own. Like a doctor that I mentioned earlier, your skill set is, all those medicine, surgery, all those things. So whatever it is that your skill set, ability to give people drugs, ability to manage a patient, skill set that you have in medicine, right? What industries can your medical distance play out? Hello, you can do bedside medicine, you can do telehealth, you can, what are the industries that health practitioners, even people do military doctors, you can play them. Do you understand what I'm saying? So those are various industries. Now, we will now say those industries that you can play in. As in, what is the market demand for bedside medical doctors when it comes to remote job? Almost zero, because nobody is going to hire a doctor to treat them only if they're in telemedicine. So in you identifying the industry, you can say, okay, maybe telemedicine industry can hire me as a remote doctor. Do you understand? So when you do all those things, we have done our gap analysis. We have seen what we lack in terms of eligibility. We are going to do gap analysis again as a workshop where we will then see, after we listed our skill sets, we listed all these experiences, we will now say, and the remote job you want to do, what do I lack? What skill sets do I lack in this remote job, in this industry that I'm eyeing? So that when we do this gap analysis and what you are lacking, we will now use it to build a roadmap. Remember, I said you will gain clarity, then we'll build a roadmap on how you are then going to land that remote job in 3 to 20 weeks, or for some people 3 weeks to 30 weeks, or whatever, depending on what you have. Because the higher the gap, the higher the gap, the more you need to invest in filling the gap. So for some people, they don't have relevant experience. So it means that they need to go and do internship for 3 months after they've maybe taken courses. So the gap you have will determine how long it will take for you to get that remote job. Again, it is 7:30 before we enter workshop. How has this been for you so far? Before we go and do part 3, finding high-paying remote jobs on LinkedIn. How has this been so far? We will need to go and do workshops. So 2 minutes before we enter our workshop. So I'm going to do a bit of 2 minutes chit chats. Why? If you don't have your laptop or your iPad or whatever that gives you access to participate in this workshop, stand up and go and get it. And get to your LinkedIn. Phone, laptop, anything. You are going to enter your LinkedIn because we are going to do this exercise by yourself. You will do that gap analysis by yourself. That mapping of skill sets that you need, you will do it by yourself. Workshop is about to happen. We've done webinar, 1 hour, 30 minutes. Workshop is about to happen, okay? It is listen, get clarity, then you practicalize. That is how we do it. Not listen and go and keep and sleep and say, Rema is falling on me. But nothing will say happen. You remember I said I'm a teacher, I'm an educator. You learn, you do. That is how we progress, okay? How has it been? So we are waiting for people to get their devices. 2 minutes, you get your device, we move. After 25 years, I need fulfillment. Can we see previous slides again, please? Joe, I don't even know what you're talking about. Okay, risk reduction, no credential, first class high risk good. The higher risk, the lower your employability in the global area. Trust me, not story type of internet. Local experience is not equal to global value until translated. Your network, okay? So let me see. Share that's what I'm saying. Okay, let me even stop sharing screen so that it is easy for me to, because we are going to the workshop, we are going to LinkedIn, right? We are going into LinkedIn. So let me see people's faces. Let me see gallery view and see people's faces. Okay. Okay, I can see everybody now. I was having screen share view before. Share, that's what I'm saying. Therapy is eye-opening. Liquid wash, so far so good. Eye-opening. Revealing, wow, amazing. Very insightful. Eye-opening. Clarifying. Go to YouTube channel so you can rewind see the past slide. Great session. I'm an executive and this is extremely useful. Fantastic. Thank you. Engaging sessions, sitting on edge. I'm on transit, but I can use my phone like a laptop. It's been very engaging inside of my LinkedIn account recently banned. Okay, you've applied for a review in your ban. Okay, now that I'm hoping that 2 minutes has passed, people would have gotten their devices. Let's go to the LinkedIn session. So I'm going to share a screen of my LinkedIn accounts with you. That is what I am going to do within the next 1 minute. So I will then show you what we need to do. Oh, let me drink some water. Screen share. Okay, now you should see my screen in about now. Please confirm if you can see my screen. Confirm if you can see my screen. Can you see my screen? It should be showing like you my LinkedIn this thing. Okay, great. I think people can see my screen now. Fantastic. Okay, now here's what we are going to do. Here's what we are going to do. Like, this is my LinkedIn. The first thing I need you to understand is when people ask me, where do you find the job? I said at the beginning of this session, I said LinkedIn is my go-to. And I'll say 5 reasons why I like LinkedIn is that it's not just a job board. It is your personal website. Let me put it that way. It is synonymous to your personal website because it allows you to express yourself in the all of you professionally. Unlike other platforms that are just job board, you can find job like, let me say, Fiverr and all those things. Like it's like a job board, you find a job. LinkedIn houses the jobs, houses the companies that are offering the job, and can house your entire CV, cover letter, and it goes a step further. Based on how you have built it, it also lets you rank high in the eye of the recruiters that are looking for you. So it's an all-in-one platform for professional networking and growth. That's number one. Number two, LinkedIn is where the Joneses converge. The average annual salary of a person on LinkedIn is $75,000. There are 1 billion professional profiles. What does that tell you? If the average salary, it simply means there are high earners, aka your boss of your boss. Because whenever they say average, it means that they carry the people at the lower parts and people at the higher parts. They average their income. So it is to tell you that the people at the higher parts, they have weights. So it means your boss's boss is on LinkedIn. The Joneses converge on LinkedIn. Number 3 reason I use LinkedIn. LinkedIn is a search engine optimized platform. I can have written something 6 months ago. People will still be reaching out to me inside my inbox, dashing me opportunities from an article I wrote 6 months ago. What do you think? It means that once I built my profile to accommodate certain keywords of what people are searching for, important people are searching for, it does not matter when I wrote it, I would show up. Unlike some platforms, Facebook, Instagram, 24 hours, you have expired. Your post has expired. Number 3 reason. Number 4 reason, LinkedIn is a place that it ranks quality over quantity. I don't have to be servicing the ego of LinkedIn every day. Unlike other social media platforms, you'll be posting 5 times a day to make money or to do whatever it is you are doing there to. LinkedIn is a place that I can visit once a week and I'll be using one post to get opportunities as I move. So it means it was built for busy professionals that when they finally write from their wealth of experience and put it out, it will reward them. Because they are not content creators. They are experienced people that don't have all the time on their hands to be posting every day. Number 5 reason I choose LinkedIn over any other platform. Do you know how many open jobs are on LinkedIn like every single day? Nothing less than 14 million across the world. There are 65 million company profile, aka companies, and they would hire. An average company has 1 opening in a month, and there are 65 million of them. So what does this tell you? It is an all-in-one platform that has aligned all the things that you can use to get global opportunities. But unfortunately, many people do not know how to navigate it. Many Africans use the model that LinkedIn gives out to write their own profile. And I always tell people, you are an African, you are at a disadvantage. So if LinkedIn recommends that you put open to work as an experienced professional, as an African, don't try it. Because you're already a risky hire. Because the thing that thing then says to that recruiter is, if you are that good, why are you on the market? That is how it comes across as an African who has that thing on their profile. But guess what? In the abroad, it doesn't interpret like that. So I always say recommendations are based on the user of the recommendation. So, and of course, because Americans have the largest amount of LinkedIn profiles, over 250 million. So it's like 1/4 of the entire usage. So when they do their research, they will do their research based on the largest population. There is no data for Africans. So you go and be implementing what recommendation works for that person, forgetting that you are an African and they already distrust you. So please pay attention. Everything I teach you about LinkedIn and everything like that, it is from me using it personally, not from Google. What I have done personally that works, what I have taught some of my experienced persons through my various programs, such as the Global Opportunities Program, that has worked, not from Google. Now, having said that, the first thing I want us to do, if you're on a mobile, this thing, the interface is different. Your own job will be at the bottom of your screen. I need us to click on this job. When you click on this job, it will bring you somewhere here. Like it would job, 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 job. Now, in this job, there is a search bar on top, like here. Describe the job you want. LinkedIn keeps updating their search mode every single time. You know why? AI has come into play. So unlike before that they just say type your job title and type your location, now it is saying describe the job you want, because they are now saying the more you describe it, the better it is. Because one of the major challenges Africans have is you don't even know what they call your job in the international space. You will see an African and say, what are you? I'm a banker. You are not is a banker. Banker is an industry. Banking is an industry. You are not a banker. There's nothing like that. You're in the financial sector. So what are you doing inside the bank? Customer service, marketer. You will hear, I will say, an experienced person, and what your experience, what are you saying? I'm actually the manager. I'm the operations. I'm the manager. I said manager, as a manager is not a career title now. Do you understand? Manager, like your operations manager, do you understand? What is a manager? Manager of what? So people don't even know what to search. That is the first challenge I see. If you did not do that exercise I asked you to do before, you have problem here. There are 3 major ways you can search on LinkedIn. Through your skill sets, through your job title, and through your interests. What did I say? Through your job title, through your skill sets, and through your interest. I always say, now let's use category 1. People that they don't know what to search. By the easiest one to search is your job title. Doctor, lawyer, project manager. Easy breezy. So let's start from the easiest one. The easiest one is searching by your job title, provided that job title is relevant across the globe. If your job title, you don't even know it, that means you cannot use that method of searching. You have to search by skill set. How do I mean? You are working in the bank. Your job title is not banker. So you can now say, what skill sets in this work? And that's some people will say teller. And I say, what's your job title? They say teller. Teller is not a job title. It is not relevant in the international space. I will now say, Auntie, come. Describe to me what you do in your teller job. What skill sets do you use in being a teller? You have to tell me those skill sets. Oh, data entry. I'm able to enter data. That's a skill set. What else? I don't know. I don't know what Tellers does, but what are the skills sets that you use in executing that job? You come and find it here. Sorry, did I say interest for the third one? You search by industry. So you search by job title, you search by skill set, you search by industry. Those are the three things, not interest. Interest falls under this thing. Job title, industry, and skill sets. Those are the three major ways I search on LinkedIn. Job title, industry, and skill sets. So now, skill sets is a wider way to search because it means that the skill set you have can be imported across industries. So if you're already thinking, I have been doing in the bank, but I don't think I even want to remain in the bank. So the question you need to ask yourself is, what skill sets do you have? For instance, you say, I'm an operations manager. As an operations manager, what skill sets do you use to execute your job? Team coordination. I don't know, whatever it is you are doing, your operations manager on a day-to-day the bank. But what are the things you are doing as a skill set? Then we search it here. Someone like me, if I am looking for a job internationally, I look at, in me running iTrain Africa, what skill sets do I have? I develop curriculum. Like I just said, the Workplace Fundamental Skills program. That's one of my proudest innovations. The one that carried me out of academia to come and build it, right? Is what? Is a curriculum development. It is a skill set I have built. In the last couple of years, I've built over 10 curriculums. Curriculum for Workplace Fundamental Skills Program, curriculum for GOP, all the ebooks we have at the Skill for Work Academy have built their curriculum, project management and all that. I build curriculums. When I was working at UN, like that's one of the things I was doing. I was building curriculums for training in local testing. I did not learn it in school. But in the course of me doing this teaching online, I've had to build curriculum. And of course, in the, what are they calling it? In the academia, it's not like I was building curriculum because curriculum was already there. So I'm just saying, like, I've built curriculums. Now, that's a skill set I have in running an educational technology business. What other skill set do I have in running an educational technology business that you have? Because it's edtech. We have to, like, our programs have reached 14,000 plus Africans across 36 countries. The programs run at the Skill for Work Academy. So it means that as the CEO, I have skill set in digital marketing because that's the way you saw us through digital platforms, right? I have skill set in digital marketing. So I can say digital marketing as a skill set. So it means that all the skill set I have as being a CEO, as an entrepreneur of this edtech, I can use it to find job. Me like this, I can wake up one morning and say I want to do, let me help a company do their business growth. Why? Because it is a skill set I have in growing iTrain Africa. But I don't currently have, like, which is why it annoys me when I'm trying to hire digital marketers. I say, you call yourself an experienced digital marketer like this. They will come to this thing. By the time I this thing, ask them question 1, 2, 3, they cannot answer. But I am not calling myself a digital marketer. It is a skill set I have in running my company. Do you understand? So you can, an experienced person, I cannot come online and say I'm looking for job title of entrepreneur. But true, I'm an entrepreneur. That's my job title. Do you understand? I cannot search for entrepreneur as a title. But I can search for the skill set I use in being an entrepreneur successfully. So for someone like me, search by skill sets. If you're a founder in this room and you're looking to do international remote work, you can search by the skill sets I use in doing your job. So let me search curriculum development as a skill set for me. Right? Type your skill set. Now, I'm going to clear all filters. Now, I'm searching for job. The moment I search curriculum development, I see jobs, dates posted, remote, education, learning, higher distance. Those are filters. As I search curriculum development, it will be showing me 99 plus jobs. Before, it will be showing me 50,000. But LinkedIn recently redid their platform that you cannot see the total number of jobs that are open in that regard. or if it's before, you'll be seeing the number of jobs that are open in that regard. Now, as an experienced person, I always advise you strongly to use filters. The first filter I always use at the top of my screen is remote. I click on remote, meaning help me remove all the ones that are not remote, because I am in Nigeria. I want to render it internationally. Do you understand? So it means I found the job, curriculum development. I've used a filter of remote. Can you see? Learning and development specialist. You see how they qualify the job title, that I did not know that is what they will be calling me. So the safest way to search for people that are in doubt of this thing I am doing, what am I going to do it? Do you understand? You're not sure. Use your skill set to search, so that it can tell you what they call you in the international space. Learning and development specialist. How much did they say they will pay me here? They say 70K to 75,000 USD. In my head, I divide it. Okay, monthly, that's how much, like 6K. Oh, do you understand? That's 6K. If it's enough for me, I apply. If it's not enough for me, hello. Now, let's not assume that this job, I want to apply for it. I put remote. I will now be saying this job is kinikon. One of the first things, which is where I would then say, how do you then do eligibility analysis of a job that you qualify for? So this is where I will use this particular skill set is what I've used to, analyze job. The other two, I'll just run through them. So if you are searching by skill sets, we've seen this job, this first one. Let's look at it. They said this job is this full-time remote, and I will then be saying about this job. You go to about this job. As a learning development specialist, you are responsible for delivering and delivering and developing courses and material to support the learning needs of tertiary diverse workforce. Can you see it? Is what I can do, is what am I even saying? Is what I am doing. The courses we develop is workforce development, like WFS is a workforce development based thing that allows professionals to build their employability skills, whether they're on the job or they are just trying to start, right? So I read the job. Does it sound like what I have been doing? Yes, it's true that you have a unique opportunity to partner across organizations, yada, 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 yada. Tertiary is performing in mental health. They talk about it. Today, Tertiary is the largest dedicated psychiatry practice in the US. I said, okay. Health. Can you see the industry? I pause and say, today, Tertiary is the largest dedicated psychiatry practice in the US with 750 psychiatrists, 250 plus therapists. I say, will I be able to do curriculum development for medicine or medical people? Can you see it as I'm doing it? I'll now pause and read this very well. Every workflow we improve, every technology solution we build, and every patient experience we redesign helps styles of clinical distancing. In my head, I'm not saying, if, for instance, there is a medical doctor in this room that has extracurricular activities that has to do with teaching and creating curriculum online for medical, what's it called? Like, let me say that person has this forum that they do medical teaching or something like that. You see, despite these things, learning development specialist, that person may qualify more for this job than me that do it in the educational space. Because in this case, I'll be doing learning development for an industry I have absolutely no knowledge about. So a medical doctor could qualify for this job more than me. If they have done maybe an educational, let's say you see Aproko doctor. Look at him. He's a medical doctor that is creating content, educational content around health. He may qualify for this job more than me. But guess what? The job title did not come as medical doctor. So if he wanted to do remote work, because it's already building educational content, it's already building curriculums or whatever around health, he may be a better person. So you see how a medical person can then become a learning disciplinary specialist, because they are doing the development of the curriculum for the medical industry. They are not doing medicine. But that person has an advantage because the industry that I am going to render this service in, they have the industry knowledge and also have the extra knowledge on learning and development. Do you understand? So let's say what will you do? You will facilitate ongoing new clinical orientation. Are you hearing? facilitates ongoing new clinical orientation sessions for psychiatrists. Tell me that the only thing I know is chemistry and workforce development. How will I facilitate session for clinical psychiatrists if I don't have industry knowledge? But yet there's a doctor that is here that is saying, I cannot find remote work. It is because you have not thought about your skill sets from whether you've been teaching medicine in your church or you've been doing, do you understand what I'm saying? In your day's job, have you used your day's job in another industry? That is how. Now, collaborate this, engage teacher, you are this and that. Can you see what they say you must have? You have 2 years experience delivering and developing courses for adult learners in a professional setting. That one I qualify. Developing courses for adult learners, I qualify. Proficiency in Microsoft application and virtual collaboration tool. This is the one I wanted to talk to you about. Interpersonal skills. That one that I said, by the time you read importance, as in what they are asking you to have, you'll be saying, So in all of this ask now, there is education. You can see, before we even move ahead, they are saying proficiency in Microsoft and virtual collaboration tools. If you've never worked in that space, that virtual collaboration tools, you don't even know what they are asking in the way they are asking it. Experience using and managing content within a learning management platform. I have it. Seller, where we render our courses, learning management, our website is a learning management platform. Tell me, if a doctor has not taken personal development courses, me, in 2019, I was going to start iTrade in Africa. Despite I had a PhD, one thing, I paid somebody $700 to teach me how to set up online courses. CLD. I borrowed that. I did not even have it because I was a broke teacher. I borrowed $700 from my sister to pay. I had the knowledge of global opportunities I wanted to teach in my head. I had it, but I did not know how to disseminate the knowledge online. So I paid for a vocational program that teaches people with knowledge on how to create online courses. Because I did a gap analysis. It is one thing to have knowledge. It is one thing to know how to set it up. So when you do a gap analysis, you know where you're investing. So when you are a husband or a wife and your husband is saying, you want to go and pay somebody $700 to teach you how to do online courses. When it's not MBA, that way, when you leave my course, you will be my distance and you say, yes, it's not an MBA, but it's what I need. Because you have done your gap and you can defend the money you want to spend. Because you'll be able to tell person, even if I do an MBA, it does not fill my gap. An MBA is just me adding title to myself. We are back to square zero. It still doesn't add anything to me. So when you want to carry your $1,000, $2,000, you know exactly the gap it is filling because you have gone to LinkedIn to look at the job requirements and you say, this one I don't get. This one I don't have. Experience working in instructional design software to create dynamic learning experience. I have. Familiarity with an electronic health record is a plus, but not required. I don't have that one. Exceptional customer service skills. You exude positivity, a high level of organizational knowledge and problem-solving skills. I have that one. Fun fact. After they interviewed me for UN Live Work, I got to the job, I started working. The first time I met the CEO at the meeting, he said, Darren, when my team was done interviewing you, I wanted to see who will be working with. So I went to your LinkedIn profile and I looked across. I saw some videos in your featured session and I looked at you. You were a very personable person. You were warm. And I was like, oh, fantastic. You people made the right choice because the people I want to be in this space have to be warm. I like people who understand the work, but in practical terms, she was saying that I want you to have brain, but not now carry it on your head as if it is a world class. Imagine me coming to this class now because I know of course I know the thing, but I am not now. I'm now. Let's carry shoulder. Do you understand? Playing to teach does not mean make you less of a teacher. Do you understand? It doesn't decrease the knowledge in your head. So it was not like she was saying that I like that you're a very personable person. And I'm like, fantastic. I want this person on my team. It is this thing that I saw in this requirement. Now, most international jobs, they don't want sadists on their job. Life is hard enough. So if you don't have asset on your LinkedIn that is showing your persona, they will not choose you. may qualify for the job. Your link. One of the things I teach on the Global Opportunities Program for professionals, which I'll talk about later, is how your profile picture should not be the one that you are doing. It must have a glimpse of a smile. It shows you are personable. Even if you're a guy, you'll be strong in your face as if, no, it is only you that all the Nigerian problem is on your head. Do you understand? So it is in the small, small things that is in disqualifying you. You'll be wondering, is that important though? It is that important. Now, excellent benefit. I said top-notch, I said exceptional customer services, and I said bachelor's degree required, meaning it does not matter whether you did Yoruba education. Shall have something. Do you understand? That shows that at least when you pass through a school. I've analyzed one job for you. They put bachelor's degree required as the last requirement. It was the least important. Meaning they would have checked all these ones first. Do you understand? A 75K job. All the things they are asking for, LMS, you would have had to learn it vocationally out of your career. Working on instructional design software, it is out of your career. Proficiency in Microsoft and virtual collaboration, out of your career. It is when I exit, I said, somebody needs to build a curriculum that covers all these things that they call job readiness. We needed to put it under an umbrella so that it can be handed over to people as a curriculum that they can learn. Because how can you list 6 things or 7 things and 3 of them, whether it is proficiency in Microsoft, this thing, LMS usage, experience working on it, familiarity with electronic record, exceptional customer service, like 3 of those 5 things I mentioned now has to be fundamental workplace skills. But alas, I don't even see any certificate or certification in this, no certification, no anything. Are you seeing it? I can go on and on, picking each of these things, and you will see the trend. Let's pick the second one, leadership development and content learning. Pick the second one. Go through the same process I just did now. You will be shocked. The same thing. So whenever you see me click on a job, I am looking at about this job. What do they want me to have? Like, do I qualify for it? What you will own, end-to-end experience of design, integrated leadership design, content transition and simplification, leader-facing deliverables. That's it. What sets you apart? Think in learner journey, not deliverables. Design for behavior change. This one, that one. Create immediately applicable. Technical, articulate story and rise. Storyline and rise. Virtual platforms such as Zoom, MS Teams, WebEx, Adobe Connect. Technical expertise. Are you seeing it? Familiarity is AI-enabled content development tools. Are you seeing it? When we developed WFS in 2024 for the Continental this thing, we put how to use AI in that curriculum, in the learning. After 1 year, we revised that curriculum. People were using AI indiscriminately. We have to then teach people how to prompt AI, how to chain prompt AI. It is that important in every job you want to do. Can you see? Technical expertise. They did not ask you for certification in PMP or in any of these things, or certification as a curriculum, or MSc in curriculum development. See the things they're asking you. All these things like this is covered under our Workplace Fundamental Skills program. And I keep telling people, if you can use 1 hour of your day to do this, your skill sets, and reach through 100 jobs, you will be shaking your head for yourself because you'll be like, so this is what they have been asking me for. But I've been pouring water into a basket. Preferred experience like leadership and development, coaching and feedback, communication and influence, emotional intelligence, all these things. That's Module 7 of WFS. Change leadership, team effectiveness, Module 7. And I'm always telling people that please, I did not say so. Go through the job requirements. Then you identify your own gap. By the time you survey 30, you would have written out the similarities and the differences between all the jobs. Those similar skill sets that your job title is asking for, go and acquire it. I scroll all the way down here. This one did not even mention BSc degree. Nothing. Over 50% of the jobs that are listed on LinkedIn with 75K, 70K, 60K, they are not even looking for senior director of curriculum. Let's click this one. 190K to 250K. Remote job. Let's director of curriculum, click it. Compensation, this. Define and lead the company's curriculum strategy focusing on future skills. Can you see it? This one now, this is my domain. Future skills. Maybe I will, as I finish this one, so I'll go and apply and leave you people. Do you understand? But I'm joking, right? Because if I wanted to do it, I would not even be teaching this thing at all. Like, I'll just face my destiny and be collecting my money, right? But I'm just saying, translate tech trends and customer insight into curriculum roadmap. That is what I do every day in my organization. From being an entrepreneur of future skills. Do you understand? Every day, I am translating, I'm teaching my team how to do insights. Align curriculum with product and market needs of effective position. I do that every day because at the Unleash Global Innovation Lab in 2018, that was what they taught me. They taught me the process of innovation. They taught me innovation. At Women Pitch a Ton by Access Bank, that accelerator I got into, they taught me how to understand product market fits. In all these things that this job is asking for, I said one, product development, it was taught to me at Unleash Global Innovation Lab. Product market fit, at all those things are vocational development. Develop a leadership and act as thought leader and advocate for curriculum. Me, I established my thought leadership on LinkedIn. 12 plus years in technical education and curriculum development, 8 years leading a distributed team in high performance culture, experience scaling content function in a SaaS or an EdTech. Again, I'm an experienced person when it comes to educational technology. Proven track record of launching new curriculum domain, deep understanding of technological trends and emerging skills. Blended work, about. They finish listing what they want. Where did you see education in this thing? Is experience, relevant experience. I'm sure I've done like 3 now. Me and you are on the same page. Now, before you then proceed with any job, because I'm seeing you are saying, hey, 250K. I know, right? Now, you need to also be sure that the job is not a scam. How do you confirm if a job is not a scam? Before I go ahead and be talking and be doing too much, I look at this and say, for our clients, we are seeking the senior this thing. They did not put the company there. Right? Let me go and look for a job that it is a company itself, the HR, that is advertising it. Let me look for technical education program. Let's click on this one. Right? The moment I start to read on the company, that is a technical education program, San Francisco, this one, that one, Higher, this one, title education program manager, duration 12 months, I look for the LinkedIn page that advertised it. See this one, so minimum 4 to 5 years relevant professional experience, program on program management experience, technical education. Instead of them to say PMP, they say program or project management experience. They did not ask you for PMP certification. Learning and development, technical education experience. Higher education is a plus but not required. Are you seeing all the jobs that are putting AI? That is why we had to create lessons on WFS last year to go deep into use of AI in the workplace. Now, let's look at the company. Now say, this company, I click on this company. I want to check if it is, because again, there was a time 4 or 5 years ago when I started teaching professionals, companies were not fake. But now there's plenty scam on LinkedIn. So you need to be careful. Now say, can you see the company? Staffing and recruitment, this is 143K followers. They will now say employees. They put the number of employees they have. You click on that employee. If I cannot find the employee, the job is a scam. If I cannot find their employees, that the employees just doing like people that don't exist. Do you understand? You see this one? There are several employees I can find. Can you see it? It is going from page 1. If you scroll down, page 1, if I click on page 2, page 3, page 4, their employees exist. But if when you click on the company itself, as you click on the company page, the banner of this banner, like this, of the company page is like blue, or it's just very kinikon, and you now click on the employees. Some of them say they have 100 employees. If you don't click on that employee to go and look at the employee, by the time you, for the scam ones, as you click on the employee, you can say they have 200 to 500 employees. As you click on it, you just that they will just list 3 employees, and all those employees will have AI images. And that is why when I see a professional, in your church mind, you go and use AI to do picture on LinkedIn. I say, you are demarketing. Carry your 5,000, 10,000, go to the studio, go and do a proper picture. They look at you. 2 things an AI picture talks about on your LinkedIn profile. It shows that you are mentally lazy. Number 1, it also signifies you might be a fraud. Do you understand? Now, going back to the why we are here. Now you can see this person, and I say, see their employees. I click on their employee. I do my work to the 3rd stage. I'll go and look at that employee. Okay, this employee, who is this person? This employee on the Central Michigan University. I go, okay, this person exists. There's, this person exists, Vice President of Human Resources. Are you seeing it? Same thing if I wanted to apply for this job. This is how I go and do CIA work. Look, there is a Vice President of Human Resources. This is my target. This is the person I'll go and send message to. Because in human resources, they are the vice president of human resources. They call the shot. I go to the Oga of the Oga to pitch my case. Yeah, I don't stay at the bottom line but please don't try it if you have not built your LinkedIn profile. My LinkedIn profile is solid and people want to associate with me. So when I send a message, there is like we are on the same exchange. Do you understand? If you try it with a rubbish LinkedIn profile, you will just be hearing nothing. So please take note of that. But I'm just telling you, apart from me trying to find out if the company is a scam, if I am truly interested in that job, I find the right person to message. Now, let's go back. Now, what we have done so far in this workshop is to find out which job is not a scam, to find out the skill sets. This is what we've been doing since. It's called skills mapping. What skill sets do we need for a specific job? And we use the first method to searching by skills sets that we have. When we search by skill set that we have, we see the job titles that are relevant to that skill set. So at the next time, you don't know what I do. If it is somebody that doesn't know what their job title is in this thing, after you have searched by skill sets and it has started to list learning and development, learning specialists, learning, you know what I would then do next time? I will write out like 10 or 15 different job titles that they have used to describe me after I search for skill sets. When I write out those 15 job titles, so at the next time I am going to search, I'm no longer a novice. I am now somebody that knows what they call my job title in the international space. Because I have done this searching by skill sets, I have looked at 10 to 15 jobs. I have written those 10 to 15 job titles somewhere in my book. So that the next time I'm coming to search, I am searching by those kind of titles, not by skill set anymore. Do you understand it? So we did backward integration. Now, the second thing that you then need to do is, if, for instance, you don't have problem with understanding your job. Do you understand? You know your job is medical doctor. Let me type medical doctor. Do you understand? Medical doctor. That's your job title. I click on enter. Your own, just type your medical doctor. But your medical doctor now, you don't know whether you can do medical doctor remotely. I search for medical doctor in the I choose United States as a location. Please, you can change location here. Like you can change your location, but I always use United States. Why? Because United States is bound to declare how much they are paying you for a job. So when they declare how much they are paying you for a job, it means that you have an idea of how much you can earn from that particular job. And why is this important? The first time I was going to get hired internationally remotely, it was a global project that they were taking one person out of Africa, one person out of England, one person out of Asia or something like that. So it meant that the pay would be different. But then I know that they have a budget for this role. And I know that because I'm African, they want to shortchange me. Do you understand? So when they now got to the end, they asked me a question. Then they now said, after that question, they now said, so what is your hourly rate? I said, I will email you that alongside something right after this meeting. As I exited that call, I looked for the title of the job they were giving me, which was design lead. I went to Glassdoor. I checked the title of the job that they were going to give me. I went to Glassdoor to check, was it Glassdoor indeed? To check how much that job was in England, in England, in Canada, aka the 5 places they were going to hire design lead for that project. England had the highest paying how do I explain it? Like, if you can be a global program coordinator, like you can be a program coordinator in Nigeria, typically the kind of thing they will offer for that job is lesser. But England, because of the high cost of living and everything, so England always has the highest pay for the same job title. So as I knew that my counterparts would be in England, I looked at how much they were going to pay that person in England. So in me writing that email, I wrote the highest amount of money. It's them that came back and said, "Oh, dearie, of course, I listen. This is the maximum budget we have allocated for this show." I said, "Okay, of course, it's an impact project. I'm still interested." So I know that way, the money you are giving me, I don't understand. Me being black, does it reduce the work I'm going to do? It doesn't reduce the work. It's not me and you. And those are part of the things I teach experienced professionals. Hello, you are black does not reduce your brain. But if you don't even know the value you bring to the table, you wouldn't negotiate because you already think the money is plenty. You already think the money is plenty based on your own local currency. But guess what? I would not just get international work. I would earn my pay. So now, I always use US so that I can see and have an idea of the kind of money that, because other countries may not declare, but the US always say declare the amount. That is why for US jobs, you always see, can you say physician, Washington, United States, on site, 200,000 to 350,000. Geriatric is old people's, maybe I should come and send this one to my sister. She's a geriatric doctor, right? She's a geriatric doctor in this thing. There are very, very few in Nigeria, right? This is 350K that at least she can be sending money to us and be doing this. But I'm just joking, but I'm just saying that a physician, 350K. So we have an idea of how much. Now, because right in this class, we're talking about remote work. So if you're a medical doctor that is here, they will then say, this one is still on site. Let's look for remotes, as are there jobs that are then remote that has to do with medical doctor. Remember, we said that there are some people that it's not like you cannot do their job remotely. By the time you come and start searching, I use remote as a filter. That's a medical director remote. It means that you must have been at the apex of your career for you to become medical director, remote medical director, tele-health physician. Can you remember? When I started this class, I said the kind of things you'll be able to do remotely in that industry of health are things like tele-health physician, meaning you are in your house, you are rendering consultation as a doctor. You see what I'm saying? So for this kind of thing, you need your medical knowledge, but you also need knowledge on fundamental, aka remote worker skills. Because if you're going to be rendering this thing, you must know how to do it online. Simple. So you have the technical expertise. If you are lacking in remote work, you will have to learn that one. So why am I saying this? By the time you go through several hundreds of jobs, you'll be seeing the kind of thing that you can possibly do in the remote space. Copy out those job titles, put it somewhere, then use it to search for things like that. You'll be seeing health project managers, telehealth physicians, different things. So you have searched by job title, then you use remotes to narrow down the kind of job you can do in your career title. Now, the last way you can search is industry. Again, using health people. You are a pharmacist. Again, pharmacists are typically in the pharmacy. It's a physical job. So you now be thinking, what can I do? You now type by industry, pharmaceuticals, pharmaceuticals, right? That is you searching by industry. Pharmaceuticals, construction, banking. People in the bank also have this kind of this thing. Let's say banking. They also have this kind of thing because they're not sure. So if the experience you have is in banking, you can then type banking as an industry. Then when you type that banking as an industry, you will now be seeing treasury service manager. Again, use remote as a filter. When you use remote as a filter, you then go and look for the kind of jobs. System automation specialist, healthcare business banking relationship manager. Again, you have been in the banking industry. You've been doing customer service. Can you see health care, business, banking, relationship manager, all these kind of things. You start to see it there. Of course, apart from using remotes, you can also use your level of experience to search. Let's say you are a starter, you use this experience level. You can say entry, senior, manager, director, whatever. You can use experience level. Let's say you're an entry person. You click on entry and you search. It will further narrow down this job for you. You can use all those filters to this. They can also use easy apply. Easy apply means that it is easy to use your LinkedIn profile to apply for that job. You just click on easy apply, which is why your LinkedIn profile is the most important career asset you can have, not your CV, not your cover letter. Because you can use your LinkedIn profile to get a job without having a CV. I haven't said all that. Give me a minute. I need to get to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Okay, so I'm back here. So, like I said, we have explored the three different ways where you can search via industry, via job title, or via skill set. One of it must work for you based on where you are. And you must be able to then analyze, you must be able to map the skill sets that is required, client service associate. Let's click this one. That is required for what? For. So if, for instance, some people come on our WFS, that's a Workplace Fundamental Skills Program, and these are the kind of jobs they do. Like, because they've done teller or customer support in the banking industry, right? But they want to transit into the remote space. So I always say, because you have that experience in customer support in the banking industry, you come here, you click on remote, you click on entry level, whatever, whatever. Most of these people, they have online banks. Do you understand? Their bank is not actually physical, they have online bank. So they are simply looking for people that can help them solve the problems of their clients. But then they will not come and teach you how to work remotely. So it means that is where you need to go and enroll for the WFS, understand how to do work virtually, any type of work virtually. Do you understand? Then you combine your experience with it. So this kind of job, that is where some people call it, what are they calling it? Virtual assistant, this thing. Again, I would advise you to search by your industry, search by your this thing, in your own case for banking. So are you, the kind of things that search that will then come up will be relevant to the financial industry where you are experienced. I don't advise people to transition two things at the same time. Meaning you are transitioning industry and you are transitioning work model. Because you will be destabilized. You want to go to an industry where you have no experience and you also want to start to do the kind of work model you've not done before. So I would say, before, if you've done remote international work before, you can then transit industries, because when they are interviewing you, they will use that and say, okay, you've done international remote work before, so it's just that you're now moving to another. Hey, not that remote to international work you've not done. Industry, you don't have experience. You are too risky. That is what it means. You are too risky. There's plenty of things you don't understand because you don't even understand the work model, neither do you understand the industry you are playing in. You see the way when I was looking at that job of psychiatry, even if I was familiar with the job of curriculum development, I said, this industry, let me go and find another one. After all, there are 14 million open jobs on LinkedIn. So why do I want to keep myself on that one? Find the one that I am most comfortable doing. That when they look at me, say, this person is a perfect fit. That is the kind of one. Now that we have explored those three things, we'll move on to the last part of this webinar. Let me stop share. How are you feeling? Are you able to map your own skills? Are you able to find your own jobs and understand the requirements of what you need to do? Before we do the last part of this webinar, Let me see what's going on. I can see some people's face. I see some people are saying, hey, God, oh, I thought this thing was going to be easy. I have work to do. That's the face of people. Like you are thinking about, this is not easy. Oh. I just told you, I teach what I know. I don't teach you miracles, right? It's not magic, but it is very rewarding. Because the thing is, when you have clarity on what you need to do, you are moving with a clear direction. You are not doing like this, like this. You're not doing try and error. Try and error is very costly, right? Right? I am on course. Okay, I'm so glad. Fantastic. And oh, somebody said, can you I like to read about this thing? So I'll talk to you about how you can then build your LinkedIn profile shortly. But of course, that is in a program and all that. That one is not, it's like it's a long course. Do you understand? It's a skills development program and all. So you're enjoying it. Can you outline the relevant information that is appropriate and attractive for a system? That I say is on that's on a GOP program, right? Relatable. Honestly, I have a lot of work to do. Yes, I know. But guess what? When you have work and you're doing the right work, it is interesting because you know that, okay, in 3 months, if I do this, I will get this. It makes it easy, right? This is really high opening. I have a lot of work to do, but I'm glad that I know where to start from. Fantastic. That's the spirit, right? This section is so insightful. Couldn't really find anything on. I'll, I'm not sure what you're. I'm excited. I'm on course. I had to be here. Very educative and enlightening. Now, let me share my previous screen so we can do the concluding part of this um, this workshop. Like, okay, screen share. What just happened? Did somebody take away my host privileges? Where's my share? Okay, just give me a minute. Okay, share. Now let's share the last part. Now, based on what we have seen so far in the things that we have done in that workshop section, there are two major skill sets that they will typically ask for in all those applications. One, your technical expertise, like they were asking for that, you have a psychiatry one-to-one thing, meaning you must be doctor one-to-one thing, and which me, I wasn't for that job. So you must come with technical expertise, technical skills, technical whatever, meaning you must know the job that you even want to do. That one is standard. I don't think anybody that is even okay should go and apply for a job that they don't know how to do. Do you understand? That one is standard. But which is why whenever people say, why is certification also important? Because they will say that certification shows that you can do the job. That is what it's supposed to be saying. And of course, when they are then hiring you remotely, they don't expect you to actually be applying. Like it is like a given requirement. It's like you now coming to say, hire me because I can speak English. That is how it is. They say, like you believe like you should be able to speak English before. How are you going to deliver? How are you going to speak to me? Do you understand? That is how your technical expertise is. For experienced person's job, they expect that if you are doing the work before, you already have experience, you already have technical expertise in that thing. So it is not their major concern. They are now looking for other things that any technical person would not have, which are then the second parts, meaning the fundamental workplace skills. The extra things you must have built outside your technical expertise. Which is why these days, I always say 20 years ago, it was a good counsel when you tell people to focus on your focus, be a clinical specialist. That was good counsel 20 years ago. Be a specialist. Don't try it if you want to get into global space. I say, have enough depth in the work you want to do, but have enough lateral breadth to be able to do other things. Because those are the other things they typically would ask you for in the international space. Remote work communication, ability to, can you see AI, research, AI literacy, design thinking, negotiation, cross-cultural program. Like, those are the kind of things they're not asking you for. So if you don't have it, you will not qualify because the other one is just the basic requirements, the technical expertise. These are the ones that they now start to look for. So now, I'm going to divide people in this room into three categories. Person A, person one, person two, person three. Person one is an experienced person who have both skill sets, meaning You have skill sets of fundamental skills and technical expertise, meaning what you probably lack is how to prepare your career assets, like somebody just asked me. Meaning, how do you then have LinkedIn that is worthy of getting you opportunities? How do you have a cover letter that is worthy of you, like the kind of cover letter that describes your relevant experience, not your work experience, right? So that means for you, the work you need to do is to build these career assets because you have both technical expertise and fundamental workplace skills. So it means you simply need to leverage your experience for remote global jobs via consulting, freelance, and of course, regular jobs. So this kind of persons always have the shortest learning curve because they come with technical expertise, they come with fundamental workplace skills, they come with relevant experience. They check all those things. So what they simply need is career assets to then be seen. Now, that's person A. Person 2 is an experienced transitioner. They have maybe fundamental skills, but they don't have experience in the new thing that they want to do. No technical experience or expertise in their new field. So that means they need to take both a technical skills-based program that covers the desired technical career. They need to do that. They also need to get all the relevant experience that will come in that new field. They can do it via internship, via volunteering, via whatever. Because when you say you get relevant knowledge and skills, it means you are gaining knowledge and skills, but you are still lacking in, remember our eligibility that we did first, you are still lacking in relevant experience. So you need to get that. And when I say person 2 needs to get a skills-based program, I have PMP does not qualify as a skills-based program. If the project management work you went to learn, the course that you took, does not have practical skills, case scenarios, portfolio development, or you did not do work to then say you develop skills, that means the only thing you check is knowledge. So when you are doing things like PMP, what you just check off is knowledge, you still don't have skills. So when I say take a skills-based program, all our programs at ITRIN Africa are skills-based. I do not care about the knowledge base. I care about you working with real-life field mentors, as in people that are working, not tutors. Because tutors will transfer knowledge, experienced people will transfer experience. They are two different things. So I have people who have done PMP back in our academy doing a project-based project management program, because they need to meet the requirement of the skills base, meaning they were doing practical work, case-based scenarios to actually say they have skills. So please, I needed to clarify that. So it means that person, you need to do volunteering, you need to do a skills-based program, and you also now build career assets in that order. Technical program, provided you have fundamental workplace skills. So I always say, please, everybody, because I realized that when people, again, it is a curriculum I developed. The only reason I developed it is because there was that gap in Africa. So I always find out that even when people come into our DM and say they have fundamental workplace skills, I say, oh, madam, can you use Mirror to collaborate? They say, what is Mirror? Madam, can you use this? I say, you don't have fundamental workplace skills that is relevant to the global space. So it means that WFS is standard. If you are not able to do all those AI-enabled ones that they were asking about, all those things that I called fundamental workplace skills for the global space, WFS is standard for you. That one is standard. So I'm just saying, provided there was someone that, they check that one, this is what they then need to do to transition. An example would be somebody that probably they are a medical doctor and they want to become a health project manager. It means that they have experience in medicine, in industry, but they have never been a project manager. So it means for them to get a project manager work in the health industry, they need to do a project management program. Do you understand? When they do it, they will now carry themselves and volunteer as a health project manager, maybe short term. Maybe there's a tuberculosis outbreak. They say, let me be the person that is doing the health project manager for you. You do it. Then you will now position on LinkedIn as that health project manager. Do you understand? That is a sequence. So that is like a person 2, as an example. Person 3 is a career starter. Technical skills, you don't have. Fundamental skills, you don't have. Experience, you don't have. First, you will take a skills-based program that covers the fundamental skills. You will take a skills-based program that covers a technical career. You will get relevant experience for a while. For instance, you see that doctor that is transitioning into project this thing, they have relevant experience in the industry. It's just that they don't have project management experience. So for someone like that, they can do volunteering. Because when you say you are volunteer, there's a difference between volunteering and internship. Internship is you are learning. Volunteering means I want to do work for you for free, but I can do the work. So that health project manager already understands the health industry. They did not understand the systems of project management. So when they go and say, I'm doing volunteering work as health project manager, they already understand how to deliver the health part of it. But a career starter, that means you don't have industry knowledge. So you cannot say you are doing volunteering, you are doing internship, you are going to learn. So someone like you will go and submit yourself for internship to learn. After you now do internship, you now have to do the real work. It is now that real work that you now come and say, I'm building career assets to be seen as an expert in this thing. Your own learning journey is longer. 1 year, 2 years. Do you understand? Then you get to that because remember, I already said it, that a starter, you cannot be saying I want remote work. You like remote work, like it is remote work. You are delivering work remotely. Work that you've not done before, how will you deliver it? Do you understand? That your own learning this thing to remote this thing is longer. Now, for person 1, the strategies that will fast track your journey is building that your personal brand on LinkedIn. Like I said, because you already have everything. You are just not visible. So for you, you simply need to get visible for you to then have the opportunities, right? Visibility is what you need. You need to learn how to navigate the entire LinkedIn position and do so you look like you are the value. For person 2, you need beyond that, meaning you need industry, then before you come and start positioning in that industry. Person 3, you need to start from the beginning, like from the very beginning. Now, for that person that was asking me earlier, how do I then build that LinkedIn profile that you're talking about that is the value? Here are my recommendations, which you can take and you cannot take. I always say this at the beginning of this place. Why? When you identify your gap, you decide on whether you're going to invest in it or not. Is it worth it for you? That's your decision. For person 1, here's what I always recommend based on my experience. My advice to you, get into the Skill for Work Academy, take the GOP, which is a program that covers how experienced persons build their personal profile, optimize their LinkedIn platform, put out articles and every other thing to position themselves so that they can attract. It is a visibility program because you have what you need. You just don't know how to build your career visibility. That is what you need as your gap. So for someone like you, the moment you're able to learn how to do that and you implement it, I have seen people come on that program from 5 days to 3 months. Some people will say, I built that thing, and within 5 days, people are reaching out to me. Within 3 weeks, because why? They have all the other ones. So what they did not know how to do was to talk about the value they bring to the table in the international language. That is what GOP teaches. The only people we allow into the GOP program are experienced persons, 3 years and above in the minimum. Because what I teach on the GOP program is using the experience you bring to the table to get what you need. You cannot get into that program if you don't have experience because it will not work. Now, I always now recommend, which is where we then call the Global Opportunities Program with the Workplace Fundamental Skills Program. Why? I have seen over and over where people will tell me, Doc, I have fundamental workplace skills. After all, I've worked for 15 years. They will come back and say, Doc, I am struggling. Grant me, like enroll me quickly for WFS because I realized that I got the opportunity and I am struggling with collaboration. Let me give you a perfect example. A man came on our program. He had 32 years, Dr. Charles, of oil and gas. He did 24 years in Shell. He did GOP. He got opportunity to become MD of an oil and gas. He implemented everything, got the opportunity within 3 weeks. Then he came by and said, Doc, I will need WF. I said, why? We are now having clients as the MD. I need to liaise with our international clients and yada, 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 yada. And I realized I don't even have the skill sets to execute the job properly. Do you understand? So his case, he had built visibility to attract. May God not shame us. He will now start struggling on the how to work skills after getting the opportunity. So he quickly had to come back to WFS to take it because he then needed to survive in the international remote space with the clients of the organization he was serving as MD. So I always say in my experience, for every time I hear I have fundamental, I say, hold on. If you've never done international work in the remote workspace, please, you need WFS. Because I literally downloaded my life working at UN Live into that program. So there is a particular offer that we have that combines WFS with GOP, and we call it the globally sought after, meaning they sought after you and you are able to deliver because you have brought your technical expertise. What you did not bring is the out of work skills, right? So that particular one is called the globally sought after offer. The second one is what we call the transitionals offer, aka the doctor, project manager that needs to become a project manager because they have industry experience in health. So if you are someone that's the career you are currently in, no matter what you do, you cannot render it online. My advice, transition into a high income, high in demand career. Examples, project management, product management, digital marketing, data analysis. They are high income and high in demand. No code tech careers. And whenever you say something is high income, high in demand, the reason why it is high income, it is because it is high in demand. The higher the demand, the higher the income. Whenever people tell me, I just want to be a virtual assistant, I say, do you realize that the money you are going to earn is lesser? Taking WFS, you can become a virtual assistant and work remotely. But I need to let you know that by the time you do it for 2-3 years, you will zone out because there is now nothing more ahead. You're not building a career, really. Right? So please, I always say for that kind of a person, it is okay to start and say, I want to just enroll for WFS and this. I say, you need to build a high in demand career. And please do not go, please, I use God to beg you. They pay a product manager 10 times more than a lecturer earns. Please, I know they have sold us a lie in the millennial age that your title is more important. I always say, please, let's be clear. Your pocket will determine what is important to you. So I always tell people that you cannot want to transition careers in your 30, 40, 50 and still go and be looking for a career that will not pay you money. Pick a high income, high in demand. You are going to invest the same amount of energy in learning it anyway. Do you understand? Pick the ones that are high in demand. I just mentioned like 3, 4, 5 for you now. That person needs to get the transitionals offer, meaning you will take WFS and you will take a high income careers. The one we currently have at the academy are project management and product management. Sometime next year, we are adding digital marketing to it because people are clamoring for digital marketers that can perform. They cannot find. If you search for digital marketers abroad, you'll be seeing the kind of money they are offering them. Now, if you are a starter, like nothing, skills, experience, nothing you don't have, you just need to get started. Minimum, bare minimum, you need to have how to work skills that you can then use to do things like virtual assistant, executive assistant, things like that, like basics. That means you start by taking only WFS because it then gives you fundamental workplace skills. And fundamental workplace skills is synonymous to remote worker skills. It's synonymous to the kind of skills virtual assistants use to render assistance to someone who has a career. So the reason why virtual assistants are always hired quickly in remote these things because the skill set they use is supporting someone that has a technical expertise. Meaning, I hire you as virtual assistant. It is me that is doing the technical work, but you are helping me to organize it. That is what it means. So for them, they need the remote worker skills to help support someone that has a technical expertise. Do you get it? But for someone that also has a technical expertise that needs to be able to work with the virtual assistant online, you also need to be able to render the work remotely. So for you, you need both. So that is how fundamental workplace skills work. So for the first person that I talked about that you need both WFS, here is what you get. What do you get in that offer? Of course, you get the two courses. They are two separate courses. We are only combining them together in an offer. They have different start dates, different end dates, different, do you understand? There are two different courses. But for GOP and WFS, I developed both curriculums from my life. Literally. I developed the GOP curriculum for, call it the PPP curriculum. I developed the WFS curriculum for 3 years, right? Separately from what I needed. Now, if you're that person, you want to take both programs independently, it will cost you about 300 and something, maybe 80 something thousand. You are combining it together under this offer. You get it at a total of 350K and you get 3 bonuses. You get a mentorship program access that is, it takes place twice a year. People that took our program first half of the year, we start mentorship for them in the second half of the year. People that are taking in the second half of the year, we start mentorship for them. Basically, why did I create that mentorship club? I used to offer one-on-one. People used to pay me millions of naira to work with me one-on-one. As I just realized that it doesn't even matter whether I pay me 2.5 million. I don't have the time again, so I have to drop it. But I also realized that I still wanted to be able to do some form of mentorship. So I asked myself, who can I mentor? Somebody that's gone through my programs, that understands framework, that I'm not telling them, I'm not coming to preach to them why it is important to build visibility, but maybe they just need to ask a question somewhere. They understand the concepts and frameworks. It is easy for me to say, oh, do this, do this, do this. So I created a mentorship club that runs for like 60 days in a half of a year. So anybody that maybe takes that offer, I put them in that listing for access. That's a bonus one on that thing. Then there are 2 other bonuses, which are workshops. Now, there's one particular workshop that they call the Skills and Experience Monetization Masterclass. I created that workshop last year. Why? I realized that quite a number of experienced people that take GOP, they want to start monetizing their knowledge. So they were asking me, Doc, how did you move into being monetizing your knowledge? I just told you that then I paid I paid $700 to someone to teach me how to create online courses, basically monetize my knowledge. So last year I created a workshop around it. Then that workshop is 3 hours. So in this offer, if you take it, you get that workshop as a bonus. It's not paid for, but that workshop right now on our website is 32K. Then there's another workshop. It's called the LinkedIn Content Strategy Workshop. What is a LinkedIn content strategy? Again, there was a need. I teach people how to build their visibility, how to write articles, how to position. Then I realize that after they leave the GOP program, they don't know how to plan out their content, like their professional content for LinkedIn. They stop. So I said, no. I need to teach you how I plan my content professionally. Like I needed to teach you how I strategize for content that keeps going on my page for like a year. That's why I created that workshop. So it's more like a content strategy workshop. Again, it is 32K on our website. It is a bonus on that offer. So you are getting 3 bonuses that if we had to work it together, everything should come to 800 and something. But for between now and July 6th, you get all those other bonuses, and you still get like both programs combined together at a subsidized rate. So if you're interested in that, you're person one, you can pay for the globally sought after. My team members will share a link with you. Person two, transitioners offer. You are doing a course or you are doing a career that you need to transition. You need to move away from it because it is either you cannot do it remotely or it is no longer serving you. AI is going to chase you out of a job. Please, it is time to transition. I look at some jobs and I'm like, all this admin, something. I say, hey, hi is about to take your job. It is time for you to move your administrative skills into project management. I kid you not. It is time to move your admin into, because last, project managers are administrators, so they are managing people. So if you're asking, Doc, okay, I know you people have project management at the academy, you have product management, which one is a better suit for me? If you're a people organizer, or you have previous experience in administrative and all those managing this thing, you are a project management person. Also go and look at your result of your personality tests. It will tell you. Now, if you're an analytical and logical person, you like to problem solve. You look at this thing, we can solve this problem. You like to problem solve. You like to sell. You like to market, whether it is physically or whatever. Like, that is how you think. Problem solving, logical, solving problem. Product management will fit you. My first international workup was around products, right? So please take note of that. You can either become like you're either a logical person or you're a people manager. You can take any of this, and that offer combines WFS. Please, WFS is fundamental for everybody. I kid you not. You're an entrepreneur 9 to 5. I was looking in the group before I came on this session, and I saw people struggling with, the form, how to fill that form. And that's why we dropped the video on, you need to have a Google document, you need to do this. People are still struggling. Hello? That is fundamental, right? Those are the kind of things you have to cover in WFA because, again, it will disqualify you. And you'll be thinking it's another thing. Imagine asking that kind of question of a recruiter. That's the end of that interview, right? Those are the kind of things that WFS will cover. So for you, the part is 300 put together. Of course, individually is more expensive. Put together is 300K with also 2 bonuses. But in your case, instead of LinkedIn workshop, we are giving you that skills and experience monetization masterclass and another workshop that is around how you strategically plan for your life. It's called goal setting. Why did I create that workshop? People keep asking me, Darren, how do you accelerate in every aspect of your life? I say I have a framework that I've been using for 6 years. Every year I sit down, I put my life into 7 buckets: family, relationship, career development, academia, this thing. At the beginning of the year, I put that on a Google Sheet. I map out the resources, I map out the timelines, I map out the KPIs. So I treat my life like a project and I go. So I remember it was my friend that had come on my program on the GOP, Latifa. She had asked me, Jane, how do you do this? I said, like, people are struggling with this. She said, yes. So I taught it as a workshop. And said, this is what I should be like, oh, no wonder you be exceeding. 1 minute you are releasing that you got this Mastercard and you're also succeeding this. I said, there's a plan. There's a plan that I'm following. I sit down and use plan once and I execute throughout the year, right? So that is another one. Again, you can now decide that out of these three workshops are 32K. You can decide that I want to take globally sought after offer. But the workshop I want is your goal setting workshop and LinkedIn. This is fine. You can choose 2 out of the 3 workshops. They are all 32K, but you can only take 2 of those workshops per offer. It also comes with the mentorship club of 3 months. Again, expires June 6th. The third person, a must-have offer, meaning you just want to start, learn remote work skills, and then import it to become virtual assistant. You also get the remote workers program at a 107,500, and you also get one of those 32K workshop as a bonus if you enroll before July 6th. Please take notes. Like I said, each of these programs, they exist on our website individually. If you go there, you will see it. You take iTraffica.com/programs, you will see them individually. The only difference is you don't get those workshop as bonuses, and they have a little higher price when they are not under offers, right? So should you decide, I will take the program in the future, it is there. I've created a curriculum already. We already have 13,000 plus people go through it across 36 countries for WFS, for instance. But I'm just saying, it pays you when you take them as offers because of the extra bonuses and all those other things. All offers are valid till July 6th, but please take notes. The next batch of WFS starts on July 4. That's batch 13 of WFS. The next batch of GOP starts July 10. And the next batch of technical school starts November 14. You can decide to choose different batches. For instance, WFS is starting July 4. The next batch is October. You can say, I want to pay for the globally sought after offer. I will take my GOP program starting July 10. I will take my WFS program starting October. When you take each program is dependent on you. So far you enroll, you tell my team, this is when I want to start, and they will put you in the cohort you want to join. So it depends on you. Lastly, before I start to take questions from 9 o'clock. So these are the workshops. You can choose, look at it very well. You can take a screenshot and say, please, I enrolled for GSA, that's globally sought after, which has Global Opportunities Program and WFS in it. I want goal setting workshop as bonus. I want SEM as workshop. Like, just take a screenshot so you decide which bonus you want when you enroll for the offers. Take a screenshot and decide your bonus. If you are not clear, you can also ask my team. And how am I sure that you getting on those programs will get you results? You can just type iTrain Africa. You'll find our Google reviews. Sit down there and start to read. That's all. That's what I'm going to say. I always say, just go to Google, find iTrain Africa, and you would do it. And there is something my programs team always does. The first 20 people who, sorry, it's 10, before I go and give them too much work. The first 10 people who enrolls for any of the offers at all, they always have a complimentary extra bonus for them. And that bonus is always around your LinkedIn banner. 3 major places on your LinkedIn that a person first look at before they reach out to you. The top, your banner, your header, and your about. If your banner does not pass a 10 seconds text, you have lost that recruiter. So for the first 10 people that enroll, my programs team, like always does a LinkedIn banner, complimentary for them after they are done with the program, not before. Because when they do your LinkedIn banner, you start to attract attention. And if you have not done the other part of your LinkedIn and built it out, you will attract attention and they want to check the other things and they don't see anything there. So I always say, I cannot attract attention for you until you have done the other things you are supposed to do. So they will do that LinkedIn banner for you as complimentary. First 10 people that enroll for any of those offers. Now, I said I was going to be done by 9 p.m. West African time. We are done. We are now going to take questions. I'm going to be here with you for 2 extra hours and I will take your questions. Let me stop share and see faces of people on your screen. Questions. So you can use the raise hand button. I will start with Esther. Please, I always advise you to strongly listen to the answers I supply other people. You know why? I can teach you for as long as I want, but I cannot know your unique situation. Why? It is you. So sometimes people always listen to the answers I provide and they realize that, oh, because when you ask me a question, I'm able to answer more based on my knowledge base. So again, it's optional, but many people always say, batch in, batch out, that it was when you answer that person's question that my own problem got solved. And when you ask me a question, please, just go straight to the point. 2 minutes is too much a question, it's too much a time because there are quite a number of people here. And don't tell me, you must give me background. Background is not, doctor, I have BSc in Kinecon, so what should I do? That's not how to ask me a question. You already saw that in everything I taught you tonight, I did not rank education as top. So how do you give me that information and expect me to help you? So I need to understand, what do you have experience in? What have you done voluntarily? What have you done? Do you understand? I need to understand context based on the requirement of what global employers are asking, not I did Yoruba education in school. So when I say spend about 1 minute, 30-second maximum, go straight to what I can use to help you. I can give you clarity only if you help me by giving me context. So you don't ask me questions that doesn't have context, okay? So, and if you have questions around the program or the offer, drop it in the comment section. My team will respond to you immediately. Or you can drop it on the group, they will also respond to you. Esther, please unmute.
Hello, good evening, Doctor. Thank you for a mind-blowing session. It's been transformational. I have been searching for a remote job, but probably I've not been searching well. So I tried while you were teaching us, and I could get a list of it, just the description. So I'll still keep trying. So a quick one, I have two questions. The first one is that the advertisement you made concerning the offer, you said 32,000 each or 34. I missed that. Is it until we paid for the three before we could enjoy the offer you mentioned, the bonus you mentioned? Or once we paid for one, we can enjoy the bonuses? And the second question, can I ask the second question, or you want to attend to this first? The second question is that I received this pop-up message on my LinkedIn page that I should pay for premium and all that. It keeps coming, but I'm not sure whether there's need for it or not. In fact, it will tell me that a month free access or whatever. Is it necessary? Do I need to pay for it? If I don't pay for it, just enlighten me concerning that. Thank you.
I will answer your second question first, and I'll answer the offer question next. You see why I keep telling people to wait? Because I won't remember everything to teach. LinkedIn Premium, in fact, let me share my screen. That's what I'm going to do. So you understand. You know, say this woman is telling me what she does not do. Let me go to my LinkedIn. Can you see my screen? Can you see my screen? Right? My LinkedIn screen. Can you see it? Did this person mute herself? Esther, I can't find you. Are you still unmuted? Okay, my team member, please let me unmute Esther again. Esther, unmute so that you can have
Okay, thank you. I'm unmuted now.
You can see my LinkedIn screen, right? Look at the top corner here. You can see the top corner. You can see that. Try premium for free. Can you see that?
Okay, yes, I've seen it.
You can see that. What do you think? Like, the only people they tell to try LinkedIn Premium for free are the people who have never used it, right? Do you understand? Why am I saying it?
Okay.
I've been using LinkedIn to win opportunities for a decade. 10 years. I've never tried LinkedIn Premium. And if I open my inbox for you, every month I'm getting reach out. I did not say views. Reach out. Reach out that are translating into Zoom meetings and collaboration. Reach outs that are solid. That are translating into partnerships for iTrain Africa, because in the last 2 years of my life, I have suspended positioning for myself as a person, as a professional. I'm translated into positioning for iTrain Africa as a founder, because I know that we need to get partnerships, we need to get grants. So I built my profile right now like the profile of a founder than is attracting as a founder. There is a difference between applying for an opportunity and attracting it. Attracting an opportunity is a higher level, because when you're attracting an opportunity, you dictate the pace, you dictate the money, you dictate everything. So it means that I built my LinkedIn profile to attract. Why? I will give you the backstory. When I was on that 35, I could apply for opportunities as a youth because they will say youth is 35 according to the African Union. According to the UN, it is 24. But the UN for Africa, they will still use 29. Why am I giving you the backstory? Why did I create the GOP program? I created it for myself because I realized that as I started to approach 35, I knew for sure that my days of applying for opportunities are about to be over. And I was not about to stop getting global opportunities. I wasn't. So I had to build it up. So are you telling me that people that have now passed 35 now, their own has finished? Do you understand? I said, how else? What do I need to do? I then said, I have experience. Can I then position my experience to get people to reach out to me instead of me begging it? That's how I built the GOP framework. The framework I use inside the GOP is called Profile Building, Platform Optimization and Positioning, PPP. Because when you are being reached out to, nobody cares about your age. Nobody cares if you are Black. Because when they are reaching out, they have seen value. Why did they have to give you a backstory? LinkedIn Premium does 3 things as an advantage. It gives you the ability for email, meaning you can chat people that are not connected to you. Number 2, it gives you top priority amongst recruiters that are searching. You know, when you go to Google and you are searching, you search for iPhones. The first 3 things you will see on Google will be people that have paid Google for adverts, like ad, do you understand? You see Jumia ad, Konga ad, do you understand? That is the same way this LinkedIn Premium works. So it puts you in the search bar above, because when you pay for LinkedIn Premium and a recruiter searches through their dashboard, they see you at the top. Do you understand? That's advantage number 2. LinkedIn Premium advantage number 3 is it gives you access to certain LinkedIn learnings that I would pay for. When you understand these 3 things as an advantage, you can make a decision whether you're going to pay. Now, number 1, if it gives you access to be able to chat people that are not connected to you, I don't need it. You know why? I have built a LinkedIn profile that there is no human being I want to connect with. When I send them connection requests, they will accept. Because on LinkedIn, value is what people look at. Value. Is this person valuable? Sorry, that is how it works. I don't accept it. People send me connection. In a day, I can get 85 connection requests. Please, LinkedIn is not a platform that is about quantity. If I wanted to have whatever thousands of followers, I will have it. But the more the followers, the more the problem is for me in terms of what I'm chasing, global opportunities. So I always tell people that, what is your goal on LinkedIn? Let's be clear. So if I can connect to someone and they will accept my message, it means that it gives me access to send them a message in their inbox. So why am I paying for premium? Because I have built a profile and reputation on LinkedIn that helps me become the value. That if I send you a connection request, you would accept it and I will boycott LinkedIn Premium. Number 2, advantage of LinkedIn Premium. It puts me at the top of recruiter panel. And I always tell people, what is the point of getting on top of recruiter panel when your LinkedIn profile is nonsense? I always say, in fact, you are at a disadvantage. Imagine you have not learned how to build your LinkedIn profile and built it. You are now showing up top of recruiter panel. They now click you. They go to your LinkedIn about nothing. Banner, nothing. Clinic, nothing. The recruiter will be angry. Like, why? I don't understand. You are telling people, come and see me, come and see me, but there's nothing to see. If I say you're using your hand to do yourself, like, and that's the mistake people make. Whenever they are talking about, I'm not a LinkedIn coach. I'm a global opportunities expert. I strategize for how to access global opportunities. As a LinkedIn coach is teaching you strategies on how to increase your engagement and impressions. I said, for someone like you, that the thing you are increasing engagement and impression on, you are trying to write content every day. I said, so when I now find you, I now visit your profile. There's nothing to see. You are positioning in my PPP framework on GOP. Profile first, platform optimization next, positioning. Positioning is the 3rd thing. So if you do positioning before you build a profile, you are doing yourself. Because they will be seeing you and you are not relevant. That is why you keep seeing 183 people viewed your profile, no reach out. When people view my profile, they reach out. That's the second thing. The third thing, LinkedIn learning. I don't really need LinkedIn learning. Do you understand? So why will I be paying $40 in a month for what I don't need? That's the question. A lot of professionals always want to boycott the work of building their profile and say, GOP. So I'll now use 6 weeks to learn how to do this thing. I'll now come and say, it's a lot of work. I said, whichever way, your time will go anyway. Whether you learn it or not, your time will go anyway. I have people, go to my Instagram profile, just glance through. I have people that have learned, the person I did a GOP this thing with yesterday, because sometimes you do like interview people that have gone through GOP, just basically to understand what they're up to. I interviewed somebody yesterday. She said she did GOP in 2022. She has used to enter 3 different jobs after 2022. The thing I taught her in 2022, she's still implementing it. Like, it is still working. And that's why I always say, when you don't follow trends, when you follow strategies that are rooted in logic, it keeps working. So LinkedIn Premium is you trying to find the shortcuts because you don't want to invest. Whenever I say invest your resources, I don't say money first. I say you need to invest your time, your energy, then your money. Because if you like, I always tell people, you like pay me 350K, 500K. People pay me millions to work with me one-on-one. If you are not good, I ask people, even when people used to pay me one-on-one, I don't do done for you services. I have had ex-presidential experience to say, I said, Madam, can't you just do? I said, I cannot do it for you. You know why? LinkedIn Premium is about, like, LinkedIn is about building, like, what we do is your experience. And I don't mean the one you list on your CV. Every single thing matters. So I cannot do a done for you service. Whoever has told you in the past that give me your CV, I'll build LinkedIn profile for you, they just collected your money to eat. It cannot be done, at least if you are building a marketing profile, meaning a profile that will attract you opportunity. I did not say a status quo profile. There are two types of LinkedIn profile. Barack Obama, president, minister can build status quo profile, meaning they just want to be seen as the head of whatever it is they are doing. They are okay. It's just, I am there. That's status quo. But if your own, you are building it so people can see the value you carry, they cannot do it for you. The best I have ever done with my one-on-one client when I see you to do it is they will come on a meeting with me. I will see, they will tell me their life history. As I am listening, I am jotting things down because I understand the framework. I will help them shorten their time of implementation, but they will go through the framework. They will come, like that's what I used to do. They will come, it's like I'm implementing with them one-on-one. That is all. That was the difference. But it is the same framework that the people do on the program that they also go through. It is the level of support that was different. It cannot be done for you. If you, like, I have people, there was a particular woman, she said, something. Okay, I will go. There's a particular link. She was based, I don't know, she was based in Nigeria, but she was very, very concerned about all this UK, US. She just think people that are in the UK and US, they have more sense. I was like, okay. She went. She paid $150 for someone to do LinkedIn optimization for her. She came back 1.5 years later to the GOP program. It did not work. It didn't work. Trust me on that one. And she said this. He said it didn't work. Doctor, what you said that time, I had to come back to it. I said, I did not tell you things from Google. So please, if you think $40 is how much right now, 70,000 naira, you pay it month 1, month 2, month 3, month 4. It doesn't work for the goal you want to achieve. It is an easy way for you trying to think, maybe if I just pay for LinkedIn Premium. Miracle does not happen with LinkedIn, like with optimization of you. It doesn't optimize your LinkedIn for you. It simply makes you rank high. It gives you access to message people. So if those things, I can do it for free, why am I paying? But I have done the work of becoming a valuable person in the language the international people understand. I have done the work. So you need to do the work, which is why I encourage you to get on it. Now, your second question, you were talking about the offer. So maybe I need to explain that a bit more. What I gave you were 3 different offers, the globally sought after. which is what combines GOP and the WFS. So if you go to, there's a, what are they calling it? A web page. It's called itrainafrica.com/offers. You can type it in your browser. Let me just type it here. itrainafrica.com/offers. You will see the details of these things there. So you can actually read it in your, like, to understand. So the globally sought after is 350,000 naira. And that is what combines the GOP program. The GOP program individually is, what are they calling it? Why come this? This is not, is this a page? It's a page. The globally sought after offer is GOP program, which is the first framework I created for experienced persons. I think I've been doing that thing since maybe 2019, and yet then I created it into a program in 2022 when I couldn't keep up with the volume of consulting and everything. So I had to turn it into a program that can support more people at once. Now, by the way, we have 100 plus people waiting for that program to start on July 10, right? I hold it twice a year. That's July and November. I used to hold it 3 times a year. This year I can't. My schedule cannot allow it. So the very first one I'm holding this year is in July, and the next one November, and all. So now, based on these offers, GOP is independently 268,750. That's inclusive of tax, and WFS is independently 107,500. So combined together, I think they come to about 390 or so. I can't remember, thereabout. But under this offer, it is 350,000. So if you take that globally sought after offer, then you can then have access to 2 extra workshops and the mentorship. So those workshops are the ones that are 32,500 independently on their own. Do you understand? Those are the workshop that way. So this is a globally sought after offer if you come on this page. Right, that's it for experts who want to be globally recognized and paid for their knowledge and all. So it combines the Global Opportunities Program, the WFS program, and 2 bonus workshops. So I'm not saying, if you ask me as an experienced person, which bonus workshops you should say my team should give you, please ensure the skills and experience monetization bonus masterclass. This one is there. Because I then realize that when people implement what I teach them on the GOP, they get to the point where they want to implement their knowledge. They want to sell their knowledge. I've seen it happen for a lot of professionals. This one can help you get started on that. That's what I always say. But please take note, you can decide to choose the bonus you want out of the 3 workshops. You will choose 2 workshops and, of course, access to the mentorship club when it starts later in the year. Do you understand? So that is it. Now, there's also one that some people would then ask us for. I didn't talk about it earlier, but I've seen it happen from batch to batch. Some professionals then say, I need both GOP, WFS, and a technical program, meaning they need to position their experience. They are a medical doctor, for instance. They need to position. They, of course, need fundamental workplace skills, but they also need to transition into a health project manager. So they will say, I need the 3 programs. So people have taken that kind of offer. But of course, you cannot take them at the same time. They are intensive programs. So you spread it across time. So I've seen people say, oh, I will start with GOP in July. In October, I will take WFS. In November, I will take project management. Because of their goal. It is not everybody that falls, but a lot of people that I see do that kind of thing are people that are experienced in an industry, but their work cannot be done remotely. So they need to take an extra technical in-demand program that can be done remotely and then position in new industry. So that is where I have seen people take all 3 programs. And if that is the case for you, that is one that is then 550 because it combines a 260 something program with a 107 program with a 215 program put together. So I hope that answers your question regarding premium and clarity around the offers. Now, Annie, let's go. Esther, you are speaking, right?
Yes, thank you very much. I'm grateful. Well understood.
Annie, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Doctor, for the training and the opportunity. Okay, I'm an educationist. I've been teaching for the past 11 years. My personality type is int J architect. And then I love training. I've done a few teaching on using tech tools for teachers also in school. So I really love training. So I want to ask, would I need the WFA's program? And secondly, how do I also position for the global opportunity? What do I do as my profile?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Annie. Do I need WFS? I honestly think you do. The caveat I always say is, if you've never done international work, WFS curriculum, maybe I need to share my screen regarding that, has 7 modules. The first module is clarity, understanding yourself and the kind of something like what we did now. The second module is digital tools and skills, which you may be proficient at because you are teaching teachers how to digitalize their stuff. So it may be an easy breezy for you. The third module is soft skills. I teach people around navigating Slack in the international workspace, AI usage in the workplace. And when I say AI usage, I don't mean, oh, that's, people just slap AI on programs. I mean, case in use. If you are working right now as a professional and you're not using AI to optimize your productivity at work, you cannot work in the international space. My entry level, learn how to use AI to increase productivity. I don't reward hard work in my organization. I reward smart work. Like, you are the person that comes first in the morning and close late. It doesn't mean you are productive. It simply means you have understood how to maximize your time using AI. So basically, these are the kind of things we teach under soft skills: communication, how you use AI for research, how you use, under soft skills. Then module 4 is where we then cover, what's it called? Basic tech skills. So we teach things like Miro. Miro is a collaborative work tool. When I was working at UN Live, we needed to be developing curriculum in conjunction with our local facilitators. So one of the things we used to do is we used to use Miro as our MIRO. You can Google it, as our collaborative workspace where we co-create curriculums. So when I was creating curriculums for the other technical programs, a facilitator was in the I don't know, someone sharing screen. A facilitator was in the US, in Australia and everything like that. So it meant that for me, I needed to someone change the view of this thing. Okay. So basically, that collaboration was basically me teaching how the possible ways you can use Miro to collaborate on projects, right? Basically. So what I've realized is a lot of people, even when they say they are teaching these things, because they've never been in that space. I think the hardest thing I've seen is that people are not aware of what they don't know. I think that's where the major problem is. So one of the things we always do on the community, which we will do maybe tomorrow, is we break down the curriculum for you. My curriculum is not hidden. We give people access to the curriculum, like look at everything. People have told me, like, Doc, like you even give your curriculum as a PDF. I said, because you don't even know what I taught in it. So even if you go to YouTube and you go and look at my curriculum and be searching for it headline by headline, the problem is you don't understand how I use it to work in the international space. You don't understand case in use. And that is a problem with programs that are gotten off Google. They teach you how to navigate the tool. They don't teach you the work behind the tool. And people in the international space don't pay you because you know how to use a tool. They pay you because you understand the critical thinking behind tool usage to deliver productive work. So when people ask me for UW, I say, if you are not certain, if you understand the case in use of everything I taught, then you need WFS. Module 5, when I first did Module 5 last year, I revised it, 2 years ago. You know why? I gave WFS to my staff that was an entry-level person. I realized that they could not deliver work for me as a project. I said, hey. So I redid the curriculum in 2025. So I created Module 5 under 3 headings: project management, data analysis, and reporting. Reporting is very important in international workspace. How you report is more important than the work. So, and my team members now know, you must report outcomes, right? So one of the things that I then did in Module 5 was take you through a day in my life, how I start my life while I was working at UN Life. Like, what is the first thing I do? Probably we have a to-do list. We have a stand-up meeting, something like that. We have a stand-up week, like basically taking you through, this is the kind of scenario that would happen, and these are the ways you navigate it to be productive. From creating a to-do list, turning the work into a project that spans a week, 3 months, whatever length of time. When you turn the work into a project, I then taught you how to break down the work into milestones, how to do the work like in the project-based manner, report the work, analyze the work like data analysis. So whenever people ask me, I say, it's like I taught data analysis because, again, you remember I said that basic tech skills needs to be taught as a fundamental skills. Data analysis is a basic tech skill. Project management is a basic tech skill for fundamental work in the remote workspace. But people just don't know it. They are learning it as a profession. Your work in the international space has to come with those skills as fundamental. So if you are not certain that these things I've talked about under WFS, you can implement it, you need the WFS. Then Module 6 then teaches about career assets. What are career assets? CV. So Module 6, for instance, I attached the CV that I used to work at UN Life. Like my CV that I used to apply for that work is attached. Why did I put that module as Module 6? You will not get access to it until you have first gone through the skills development. You know why? I don't give people templates because when you give people templates, they don't understand the logic behind it. They will not be able to defend it. So I teach you the logic, then I say, okay, to make your work faster, now take templates. That's what I did. So you learn the how of it, then there's now a template to make it execute faster. That's all. That's how I think about curriculum. If I don't teach you the how of building it, small thing like this, the halter small thing, you cannot rebuild it. And that is why people that have learned my curriculum years ago, they are re-implementing it even if they are changing industries, because they understand the logic of its implementation. How I created the template in the first place, the logic of each paragraph in the cover letter, they understand it. So that is one. So career assets in Module 6 is CV, cover letter, introduction to LinkedIn, portfolio, things like that. That is career assets. Then Module 7 is where people now call life skills, leadership, negotiation. The one I like best in my Module 7 is design thinking. Design thinking is what I learned at the Unleash Global Innovation Lab on how to innovate product and solve problems. One of the major skills that they test you for in interviews is your problem-solving skills. And I don't mean the one you list on your CV. I have problem-solving skills. You think they ask you in interview if you have problem-solving skills? No, they don't ask you. They ask it as a scenario. They test your problem solving this thing. If you don't think in a design thinking manner, what is design thinking? Is a problem where they used to innovate products internationally. Now, that products at the beginning, how do you innovate products? Or rather, it is design thinking is like a methodology where you use in solving, like, let me say, problem, like how you think through it. Now, the beginning is always how problem framing. How do you frame problem? In framing problems, there's what you call the 5 why methodology. You ask why of the problem 5 times. So you're not treating symptoms, you are getting to the bottom line. Most people at work, they will say, that staff cannot think. I said, you did not teach them how to think. Teach them the methodology of thinking. So when they bring to you, they are not telling you nonsense. That's design thinking. You need to learn the process of design thinking. That's Module 7. So I'm going to ask you back, based on what I explained to you, Module 1 to 7, right now, Annie, do you think you need WFS?
Absolutely.
Because sometimes when people hear workplace fundamental skills, they say, it's digital skills. I said, no. There are 4 major things that thing covers: digital skills, soft skills, life skills, and basic constructional skills. And because there is no standard curriculum that's been created for soft skills in quotes, people don't even know when they buy a course if they are getting the right thing. That's a problem. Like, you don't even know if what they taught you is enough. The only reason I'm able to tell you that this are the things you will need is because I've been in that space. So I basically thought through what are all the things I need that is not my main work and put it into a curriculum in a manner that is logical, meaning you need to learn this one first before you move to this one, because that is also part of curriculum development. And one of the support I then got, after we got into the Masterclass Foundation Editor Fellowship in 2025 June, they then gave us advisory. And I had to go through training. They brought a professor from Carnegie Mellon University. That professor is a professor of learning, what are they calling it? Innovation learning for creators. I went through the program. My students went through the program. Whenever I tell people that the biggest thing I got from the MasterCard is not the money of 100,000 USD, it's the advisory. You will learn, you will grow. I keep learning. Do you understand? So for me, was the curriculum great in 2024? Yes. But with advisory and all that, I redesigned it in 2025. And that is one of the shortfalls of academic curriculums. It's not adapted quickly to the changes of the workforce. So I taught AI in 2024. Then I saw that my students were using AI indiscriminately, like garbage in, garbage out. I said, no, we need to teach people how to use AI responsibly. AI does not think for you. You think for AI, then guide AI. So we had to then do that in 2025 in October and redid the curriculum. So for me, it's about we keep innovating, we keep adapting curriculum to the need of today, not to yesteryears. And that's why people say they went through WFS and they just on their job as a professional, they went from like this to like this. I'm talking about people that are 58 years old. They say, all those Gen Zs, all those IT guys that they used to use me to do shakara in my place of work. Right now, even me and the guru, they are so happy because nobody's going to be telling them, this document is, even if you don't do like this. Like, and it was, for me, the way I thought it was ensure that a 68-year-old who had never had interaction with digital this thing could understand it. Because sometimes people forget that professionals that started a decade, 2 decades ago, they didn't come in the advent of technology. So they are struggling. They know they have the experience on the job, but they are struggling with delivering the job in today's world because nobody taught them the supporting skills for the work of today. So that person, that I say, I have not seen who does not need WFS, right? So now, regarding how to build your skills and how to build your profile for LinkedIn, basically the how to is what the GOP covers, simple and short. Like it is the how do I do it is an 11 hours video recording. It's a process. And the process typically starts with you doing a clarity session of who you are. I give you 3 exercises on the GOP where you do journaling, you do stakeholder engagement, you do this thing. Those exercises help you to define what is valuable in your experience that we can then position on the global stage. What is valuable in your experience that we can position on the global stage? Because it's not all experience that we can position. One of the biggest mistakes that people make is try to position all experiences on LinkedIn. You will not get anything. Content creator, clinical designer, clinical. I call them slashes. And please, this is coming from me that I'm a multi-potentialite. I signed my destiny as a fashion entrepreneur. I moved to academia. I have wide range of experience in different things. But I do not position all the things I am at the same time. That's the difference between me and you. That is why when I get people reach out to me, I get targeted reach out. It is what I say. Somebody reached out from LinkedIn in our partnership email 2 days ago. I know they reached out from LinkedIn. You know why? The things I said on my profile is what they use in reaching out. For partnership, they want to partner with us as an organization. So please take notes. You cannot position different things at the same time. So when you are done doing that clarity exercise, then the program then moves to the first P, which is profile building. What is profile building? It is the content that you generate from the value documents you have built that is able to address your about section, which is the engine room of your LinkedIn, your banner, and the header. If your about section and header does not have the keywords that are relevant to your career, you're on your own. And when I say your career, where you want to go in your career, not where you've been. If you cannot remove the company you work for from your name on LinkedIn and you'll still be valuable, you don't have a LinkedIn profile. If your header right now is still saying Managing Director, Ade and Sons, are you marketing yourself or you're marketing the company you're working for? Your value is why people reach out to you, not the value of the company you work for. MD Ade and Sons does not matter in the global. I don't even know what Ade and Sons is. Even if you MD, think about the biggest bank in Nigeria. It doesn't even matter. Like I said, people don't know that international, like the global stage doesn't even know you exist. Like in the first place, you are African. Let that sink in. So what you think is a big deal, it's not. For instance, I see some Africans on their bio, they say, I did, even the ones I even tried to know how to do this EDA and all these things, they say, I did a project of 1 million naira. I said, so an international person will come to your profile and you are reporting projects in millions. You did not use dollar. You did not convert that money to dollar first. They play. You are speaking the local language to position for an international audience. Do you understand me? So the how is what GOP covers. Like all these things that I'm talking about, and of course, how to then implement is what GOP covers. What does value mean in the global stage? Then when we finish building what value means, that's profile building. You would have done all that on a Google Documents before you even proceed to LinkedIn. It is in week 3 of a 6-week program that we enter LinkedIn. LinkedIn optimization is the simplest part of the framework. I kid you not. Because that one is like, it's platform optimization, is easy breezy. It's the simplest part of the framework. You see, the first 2 I explained is the hardest part. People come on GOP program 1 week, they've not figured out who they are. And you don't figure out who you are, you cannot explain it to another person to attract opportunities. So when we are done building that profile, all the words and everything, we just import them into LinkedIn. When we put them, we then start optimizing things like the skills section. How many skills should we have? I see some people listing 50 skills. Because why? LinkedIn recommended that you max out your 50 skills. They play. You are in Africa. What works for a white person doesn't work for you. Open to work for a white person says, oh, of course, they are valid. They're just trying to transition careers right now. For an African, they say, oh, you don't know anything. That is why you're in the market. So please, it is not a one-size-fits-all something. It is, you must implement a framework. And as I said, the GOP program in itself has 2 courses. One is profile building, one is platform optimization. So it's 5.5 hours each. And the first 5, I always encourage people. When I say GOP is starting July 10, I mean the support I offer you. The support is always between 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. West African time. The course is pre-recorded. You must watch the course before you come to class on July 10. We are coming to implement as a group. That's all. The knowledge is downloaded from my head into a course. Then we'll come and implement together. Maybe you are stuck. You are doing your clarity exercise. You don't know which one to now narrow down to. So I then offer support as a group. So you must watch the course before you even come to class. So do not be that person that say, I will pay on July 6th. If you know if you pay on July 6th, that this offer is expiring, you will not have time to work before July 10. Please pay early. Use one of your weekend to watch the course and implement the first part that has to do with you building your profile, meaning writing a journal that dates back to 10 years ago to extract your value. It is an exercise you need to do. The first time I did that exercise myself in 2019, it took me 6 days to finally be able to write. And it was in the midnight. I started to write around 10:30. I finished 1 a.m. I have people that come on GOP program that third week, they are still struggling with that exercise. But you might be saying, is it that deep to build a LinkedIn profile? Guess what? That is the reason why my people will then come on the program. They will implement it after doing that deep work. 3 days, they are attracting opportunities. They're now rejecting and say, I don't want this one, I like that one. The deep work was done before they got onto the platform. Don't let anybody deceive you. You must do the work anyway. So if you think you want to do shabby work, it will not yield results. And I am concerned about outcome. So you must decide, I would finally do the work so I can get to the next stage. So please, the how-to is deep work, because the work you're doing is building a personal brand for your career. It is not, you are not doing LinkedIn optimization. You are doing building a personal brand for your career that we are not going to put on a LinkedIn platform. That is all. The thing I teach you, if LinkedIn closes today and you import that same knowledge, that framework, and paste it on another platform that has professionals gathered, it will work. The platform is not what makes it work. It is the strategy behind it. The platform only helps me to present it because it is a gathering, it is a marketplace. So the most important thing is not the LinkedIn, it is what you have built outside the LinkedIn. And if you are here listening to me, you already have the experience. So it means you have the criteria that I need that will make the framework work. Don't be so valuable and remain hidden as a person. You will keep complaining, my person, that guy, when did he even come? He knows how to position. So even if he has small experience, he will pass you because he has learned the game of visibility. I have mastered the game of visibility. That is what I have done. I don't have experience more than you, maybe in the technical aspect of it. I'm just saying. What I know that you don't know is the visibility aspect of it. I know how to sell what I have. And I don't mean sell, hard sell, because in the international space, you don't hard sell. Hard sell means, I am this, so come and buy me. You don't hard sell. You sort to sell. Then they come to you. My LSE invitation in February, that's what happened. Every beginning of the year, I told you that I have this goal setting thing. So this year I sat down, I looked at where High Train Africa was. So I rebuilt our vision, I re-envisioned us. So because I re-envisioned I Train Africa, I needed to rebuild, not rebuild, I needed to shift the narrative of my LinkedIn profile from what it was last year. So I did that work in February. I started to position as that new founder February 18. February 20, I got a reach out to say, we want to invite you to be on a panel at London School of Economics, all expense paid, 2 days. For the thing I just started positioning for Wednesday, Friday morning, 10 o'clock. I would say it's not magic, but I've done the work. But you see, when I was doing the work earlier in the week, that week, Monday, Tuesday, I went through my own framework, like I redid it for myself and put myself out there again as this new person. It is what you say you are that they believe. Don't make it difficult for them to find you. Don't make it difficult. So she was like, and how did I know that it was that post she saw? Because at the time I didn't have an active UK visa. She was inviting me on February 20. I needed to be in London by March 9. I literally had less than 20 days to get a visa and do everything I needed to do. So I told her, if this is going to work, we need to jump on a call quickly. Again, that's sort of what I teach on GOP. Some people get opportunity, reach out. They blow it. They don't know how to maximize it. They don't know how to convert it. That is another skill. Moving the conversation out into a meeting. I moved that conversation and I was like, let's go into a meeting, sent a meeting link. And she was like, how are you doing? All the pleasantries, the British stuff. And she was like, oh, Jerry, you know the interesting thing? I got on LinkedIn this morning, and the first post that came at me was your post. I'm like, of course, how did I not remember that Deary is the perfect person to join this panel of 5? I was the only founder. Every other person was in the industry. Somebody at the top from Melinda Gates, somebody at the top from the European Bank, a professor of economics. Then there was one more person. I can't remember who that person was. I was the only African, the only founder, the only Black. So it was not even just about speaking. The networks I got, the network of people I then had this thing with, I will leverage on it for the next thing I want. So if you are this person, you're thinking, I don't even need remote work as an experience, but I say, so you mean to tell me that things like recognition and speaking does not interest you too? If it does, then you need to build a personal brand on LinkedIn. There are no two ways about it. And I hope that really helps you to this thing. I can see some of you are already enrolling. Some of you want to get the first 10 tickets. In the Freg Okon, let's go with you.
All right. Good evening, Doctor. Thank you very much for the presentation. It was quite insightful and a lot to learn. All right. So I think from some of the answers you gave, it addressed a few of the questions I had. So I'll just go straight to the remaining 2 or 3 that may not have been addressed. So the first one is on the area of conflict of interest, especially for professionals, right? Like I am. And most times, of course, the kind of organizations would work would usually frown at, maybe holding several tags because they will consider that a distraction, either for your current role, even if it's not exactly conflicting per se, but usually conflicts of interest can be seen from either your time usage and several other things. So I wanted to ask, if you could speak on conflict of interest, especially from a professional perspective, one trying to get some of the things. Have you had those kind of scenarios maybe from your past clients? And how have they been able to navigate conflicts of interest,
So let
especially
me
if
get
they
you
still
straight.
want to retain their 9 to 5?
But then position as it like build thought leadership, right?
Yes, and then probably have some of these other roles that they want to do. For instance, we're talking about maybe profitability. They'll probably want to have another stream of income, right? While still maintaining their 9 to 5, for
Okay.
instance.
I've had situations like that.
That's
I'll use a
okay.
particular person. Okay, just ask your next question so I take the two together.
Oh, okay, all of them together, yes. Okay, so the next one was with respect to skills. So I know, for instance, right, that most times the interpretation of the skills that the person has usually does not necessarily tally with the learning from the certifying body. So I give an instance. You get a PMP, right? But in the real sense of the day-to-day work that the person is doing, sometimes what PMP says is not exactly what you're doing in your place of work, for instance, with respect to carrying out that activity. So what that means is that for that person, right, your skill would be what you do on a daily basis, much more than it is the learning from PMP. So I'm just saying, with respect to that, especially from a global perspective, what do they look at? Is it the principles from the whatever field of study that is, whether it's PMP, whether it is business analysis? Is that what they look at, or they look at the actual use of the scale, even if sometimes it kind of does not match with
I get what you're saying.
what is in the body of knowledge? So that's the second question. And then maybe the last one would be, I wanted to, maybe because of time, I didn't quite get where the personality test, all right, plays out, right, in terms of all of this. Yes, so I wanted to know if you could tie that as well. And amazing thing is that I had done this personality test in 2019. I came up with a different outcome compared to what I got this time around. So, I mean, it was a bit strange. So I was beginning to ask myself, did I change? Or is it
I
my
would.
perspective in answering the questions that
Okay.
changed? But yes, these are my questions. Thank you.
Okay. So the first one, I'll use a case scenario of a client that works in the government space, and the major government agency, their major work is consulting. So she's a consultant within the organization, let me put it that way, in a government establishment. And when she came, that was a major fair. Like, hope they will not start to, even when she was getting results, I couldn't talk about her. And even so now, I don't mention her name when I'm talking about her. Do you understand what I'm saying? And I told her then, I said, do you realize that you become an asset to your organization when you have a certain network? When you are a junior, they hire you for skills. When you are a senior, they hire you for people management and network. Don't let's get it twisted. That is what they hire for. They may not say it to you, but that is the things they consider. So, and I remember this particular woman, right? She came on the GOP. She started to talk about a sector, which was agric, not necessarily the organization. That's the difference. You are not talking about the organization. You are talking about your experience. And it should not contain values that has not been made public in the organization. So in the essence, you are talking about your own outcome. Usually I say, strip off your organization name from you. Are you still valuable? So you build a profile of you based on your experiences. So for instance, that particular person, she could go to the field, maybe their cows and everything like that, and she took a picture there, and she's using it to teach or to, basically position and say, oh, one of the things I realized the fact that a cow may be able to produce 1 liter of something, something, something. She's not saying XYZ organization produced 10,000 liters of this thing. That's the difference. So she's building thought leadership. And here's what the thought leadership did for her. I remember the first time that a reach out came for her after the GOP program. She then said, "Dear, this person reached out to me. They said that they are building one small agri something, that I should come and advise them in this thing. But should I collect money?" I said, hey, it's advisory now. I said, how will I do it? Which is one of the reasons I built that skills and experience monetization masterclass. I said, simply go to seller, create a link. It can just be a picture, just a page, just write the name of the thing there. Send the person a link on seller, let them pay, and then you can get into a Zoom call to offer the advisory. Simple and short, no complicated process. The second opportunity for her, as that person that is just talking about her experience, she then realized that at the time, she had 500 or less LinkedIn connections. But because of the quality, and she was in a niche that was not really common, agric, because of the quality of her discourse, again, which is one of the things we teach on the GOP, how to even write articles that make sense, right? Because of the quality of her discourse, a lot of industry experts locally and internationally started to comment on that comment section. And companies started reaching out to her to then say, can she influence for them 500 LinkedIn connections? Like, can she talk about them so that the quality of people that are seen, are commenting, can see their products? Second stream of income. Third thing that happened for this person, they started to invite her to speak, paying her as high as 500,000 to speak on a panel of people, that have like governor on the panel. I'm just saying. So beyond the money they paid her and lodging her in the 4-star hotel and all that stuff, she got to network with those kind of people and she has their direct contacts. You think our organization sees that she's on a panel with governor and something. She's an asset to them. She's an asset. She earned from it. She gained network from it. And I use a government establishment because, Nigeria government, hey, people be hiding things before they say, before they do, like, it is very, do you understand? Very, very like that, like before they will know, because she could not even talk about something like at all. Because you say, before they will go and hear, they will go and report, they will not promote me, all those kind of stuff. Now, that is someone, and I've talked about 3 different things. This is someone that, after that, opportunity that she has turned down, somebody invited her off the back of LinkedIn to come and be a CEO of an agric. They say she likes the government work. From there, she had a 2-week sponsored something in Denmark. From there, she got another grant, 5,000 USD. That is the first time in my life that I've seen someone that go through the GOP use it to get a grant. Because grants, business grant and all those things are always application based. You don't attract, you apply. But then your LinkedIn plays a major role on if you get. That's the first time I am seeing. When she told me, I said, interesting. Like, I never even thought about this case use of GOP. And how did that happen? Because of whatever it is she has been discussing. Then one international person reached out to her to say, there's this particular thing that we're trying to develop within my network and everything. And there's like kind of a 5,000 USD funding for, someone who is willing to probably do a bit of research on that thing. Like, if it's something you're interested in, like when I say research, like the idea, it was an idea in her head. It was not a business. Like it was an idea that she had been thinking about around agric for her to do an initiative. So all she needed to get that 5,000 USD was like bring that idea from her head and present it to them, and they funded it. So I've answered your question, like, what are the possible ways building your thought leadership on such a platform can earn you money to support what you are already doing without leaving? And she's still in that government work till tomorrow. Her followership on LinkedIn, she's now about maybe 8,000, 9,000 LinkedIn. From building thought leadership, I'm talking about what is in her head already from my experience. So most of the time, and the funny thing is, the forward-thinking organizations these days, they like to have professional celebrities within the organization because it adds to the image of the organization. When I say professional, not celebrity, I'm talking about, people that are known in an industry for being this thing. People like to have them because people don't realize that people buy people, they don't buy organizations. So you will see the likes of Tony Elumelu always doing all those branding stuff for the organization. Same thing, Mrs. Toyin F. Sonny for Airs Holding. Every organization is now having a forward-facing executive that has that kind of thought leadership brand. So it might be in your head that you're thinking about this thing, right? The second thing, when you talk about, what's it called? No, the third one was personality. The second one was where you talked about, remind me again, that was
That's the skills between the certification and the actual usage of the
good.
skill
Now,
within
fantastic.
your working.
See, in the global space, it is the skills in the actual work that they judge, not the certifications. When we were doing that workshop exercise, even the one that was talking about project management, did you see them ask for a certification? No. Because they have now realized that a lot of Africans are jumping on certifications, PMP. We Africans, we can read to pass. There's no exam we cannot pass, right? We can read to pass. We will pass it when we don't know how to do anything. Fun fact, when we are going to record the project management program at I3 in Africa, we had this thing. We had somebody with a PMP. The person recorded it first because when we are going to, like, for our technical programs that are very like technical project management program, we need to get people down the field like that doing the work to record it. And I was very particular about the outcomes I needed on the program, meaning I need people to be able to do the work, not have cramped things in their head. So our programs typically run in such a way that we have live sessions. Sorry, darling. Sorry. Okay, so I need them to be able to do the work. And in them doing the work, it means that they need to have practicalized during the course of the program. So the way we designed it is you will watch 1 week of course. Saturday, you will come live. Mentors, you will do case scenario like every Saturday. Case scenarios. The mentors are there. They are brutally analyzing what you are doing. If it was a really work, the client would have thrown it in your face. Can you come? So the only module on only module on that thing that focuses on this thing is the fundamentals. Of course, you need to have knowledge, fundamentals of this thing. Going forward from module 2 is practical. When we first recorded the first batch of project management course that released in 2024, we had a module on tools in project management. I didn't realize that people were focusing on tools. How do I navigate Jira? How do I navigate Premiere 4? How do I Microsoft? I said, a tool is to support the work that you understand how to deliver. I scrapped the entire tool recording from the revised version. I said, because if it is about tool, you don't need to come on my program. You simply go and watch YouTube, how to navigate Jira, how to navigate, like, in fact, Jira will put it on YouTube because they want you to buy Jira. They want you to buy Monday, or they want you to buy Asana. So they produce how to use the tool and put it on YouTube because they want you to buy it. They will teach you how to navigate it. It's a walkthrough video. But they don't teach you case scenarios of the work that will need that thing. Do you understand? So I scrapped the entire module out and said, I just refer to it as tools that you can use for your work breakdown structure and this. And if you need to do more research, refer to my AI teachings on how to get templates of AI. That's it. Let's focus on the work. People don't hire you for ability that you know 100 project management tools. They don't hire you because you have a PMP slapped on your name. They hire you as a project manager for how you are able to relieve them of the coercion of their collaborative online team. I hire you as a project manager, and I'm still screaming at my staff, you are failing as a project manager. I do not care the tool you use to organize my staff. Your primary KPI is to ensure that my staff are not making me shout. They are delivering what they're supposed to do and according to timeline and outcomes. That is what you sell in an interview, not the tool you use to organize them. So in you now talking about, I will now use Monday because I then want everybody to be able to update their tax on Monday so that I'm not, it's now like a tool that helps me have, or Notion, that helps me have a pictorial representation of where they are on their distance. At different stages in my organization, we've used Airtable, we've used Google Sheets. If Google Sheets helps you manage my team, use Google Sheets as your project management tool. So please, we Africans need to get our mind out of theory, out of certifications, they don't judge you that way. You need to understand it. That is why I say, if you want to see whether this woman is lying, open 100 jobs around your career and come and start reading it. By the time you read up to 30, you understand what I'm saying. You'll not be wondering, yeah. So they are not even asking me for this certification. Why am I now doing it? I kept emphasizing, please, in you enrolling for a program. After all, I don't have all the technical programs at the Skill for Work Academy. Someone that will tell me they want to do cybersecurity, and I don't have. Someone that will tell me they want to do maybe that I don't have. The two programs we have technical, this thing is what? Is product management and project management. But I will tell you, in you choosing where to learn in a skills-based environment that has case scenarios being implemented in the program with a mentor that is working, not a tutor. So that they teach you like proper work, street sense work. You are working in Nigeria, you're working in a government project. You want to come and be talking about Asana. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, so it is, you must deliver outcomes. They are outcome driven. Your PMP that cannot translate to outcome is a useless project management certification. And that's why I first say, I have had people come back from PMP to come and register at iTrain Africa Property Management. Why? Because of the model of development of the program. Every week, case in use, mentor. So if this week now, mentor is in the breakout room with them on Zoom, they are doing the work together. The following week, there's another case scenario where mentor is just there listening. Then they will present outside the breakout room, and then the mentor critiques and say, throw this out, that will not work. This is not a real life, this thing. Do you understand? And after 6 weeks, they can then build their portfolio. So whenever they go to an interview, even if they're an entry level, they can refer back to the collaborative projects they did on a program. The first international work I had, they asked me a question that said, if we wanted to do an hackathon and it was an online thing, how will you execute it? I said, oh, I explained that one of the things in an hackathon, we need to do problem framing, design thinking. We need to use sticky notes, put it in a circle. I was explaining the process of innovation. They smiled. That I understood the work delivery. I have never been, like I never took a product management program, but that was an innovation thing that I had done in Unleash Innovation Lab. Unleash Innovation Lab is a voluntary development thing. I used it to explain it to them. They then said, what if we had to do it online? What tool we use to support the work delivery online? I said, oh, we use Miro. At the time, I'd only laid my eyes on Miro once when I was doing a volunteer work that had me as an Unleash ambassador, because that was during COVID lockdown. So I knew that the work I could do in terms of innovation that I did physically at Unleash Innovation Lab, we now had to do it online during innovation because we could not be physically present. That was the only time I knew that I could then do that innovation via a collaborative online tool, Miro. The moment I said, oh, of course, we use Miro if you had to do this innovation online, they said, how much is your hourly rate? I explained how I will execute the work before I then said a tool will support me in executing. I hope that helps you. Then the last question, how does personality come into place? Your personality comes into place especially when you are pivoting career. You should not be starting career over again and still be choosing wrong. Like, you already want to pivot. You spend 30 years, 40 years of your life doing something wrong. Then you want to go and do something again. And that is the one that annoys me the most. There are so many advisors online that have never done this internationally. They've never done these things. And they'll be telling you, cybersecurity is selling kinikon. Like I say, you are telling someone that is extroverted, that likes to talk to people like me, to do cybersecurity and data analysis, that they'll be sitting at the back of a laptop. Really? Really? Like, did they do a personality test that shows them what will favor them in their new career path? Like, why? There are so many high in-demand career paths. Pivot into the one that supports you now. The reason why I'll be talking for 5 hours and be sitting down here and still be doing it is because I like to do it. It favors I'm an advocate. It favors my personality. I can collect money and still be enjoying what I'm doing. Please, your personality, especially for transitioners, people that are taking transitioners offer, is very important. Extremely important. If you are going to change career, please change it into something that matches your personality type. And yes, your personality can change. But in your case, I would say I'll put a caveat. Don't lie to a personality test though. People lie to a personality test. When personality asks them questions, they would write for the future of who they are, not for who they are right now. They write for their future self. Like who they want to be in their head, not who they are. That's one. Now, if that was not the case, personality does change. Before I started leading teams, I was borderline, like when my personality type, it then had is it T, turbulent at the back, not assertive. Why? Because at that time, I'm a very empathic person. Somebody can come and say, my mother's father can die. That's why I don't come to work. I say, hey, yeah, very empathic. That is my natural personality. Over time, I started to build company. I started to build mind, because you cannot lead a company in this Nigeria and not build mind. So it meant that I needed to reduce because your personality can change based on who you are in that phase. So if consistently across the next 5-6 years, I am no more a feeling person, like I don't make decisions based on how I feel, because I have grown leadership wise. It means if I take a personality test now, that thing that was saying I was a feeling person may say I'm no longer a feeling person. Because what you do repeatedly becomes you. The decisions I take now is no longer based on my feelings. So when they ask me a question like, if this happened, what will you choose? I will say, is this one? So my personality has evolved because I have now grown because of who I have to be. Which is a good thing because an empathic person. So right now, you don't see me making HR decisions. If we want to let someone give my connection, I'll be feeling, hey, God, and this person will be hungry, and this thing, I'll be thinking about, like, I'm just telling you, like, my default human being will be thinking about, maybe, like, I'll be feeling somehow. But I will not, because I know I'm an empathic person, I will not hire an HR that is empathic. Because for that person to deliver their job well, they must bring judgment to this thing. So, and I know when to shut up in situations like that and let the person I hire do the job. I remember there was someone that was going to leave my organization this and they told me something mental health and they still wanted me to pay them. This thing just said, Auntie Jerry, it was my cousin that was handling it. I said, Auntie Jerry, let me handle this. I left the guy to handle it. Next email I received, the girl said that she will work to the end of the month without actually quitting immediately. My cousin said, nonsense. As in, you are who? Do you understand what I'm saying? So your personality determines how you react in situations. And if you are at a managerial level, at a senior level, trust me, I'm sure you all this thing I'm talking about, you would have experienced it. How your empathicness needs to take a back seat. And you have to be very logical in your decisions. Right? So that is how personality comes in based on your career level and how it can change, provided it did not lie to the personality test in the first place. I hope that helps you. Okon. So now let's go to Mark. Okon, are you speaking?
No. I was going to say thank you. You addressed it fully and absolutely. Thank you very
You're
much, Doctor.
welcome. So let's go to Amaka.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, Dr. Triple A.
Thank you. Good evening.
Let me first say, this is a really, really, really mind-blowing and revealing session. I was actually wondering to myself, can you actually sit 3 hours listening to one person talk? And I'm amazed and I'm looking at the time and it's 10:15 West African time, following your lead. And I'm still seated. Yeah, so thank you very much. I know I've asked a couple of questions on the chat, and I believe that I will go back to it and the answers will be there. And of course, maybe the GOP and WF would answer quite a lot. But I just felt that maybe I can throw this question in now that might help me make the decisions that are already in my head. There are so many things just going through my head right now, even as I've been listening to you, and even as you answered some of the questions that you just answered from the last two people who asked their questions. So mine is really that I have like 25 years banking experience. I never wanted to be in banking, just like you said. I've always wanted to teach, even growing up where you would want to have biros and papers put on beds, and I had to be bought a blackboard to teach invisible things. So that has always been, but just like you said, the same thing, banking, and somehow for myself 25 years. But I've found a way within my space and going up the ranks to where I am to be able to impact that knowledge whenever I can, in particularly in the area that I have sort of like become a subject matter expert in. I have found a way to just try and every opportunity I have to create that learning profile, which is always what I wanted to do, be in the learning and development, have consulting. So now I'm thinking as you speak that this is always what I have wanted to do. I was in a session one time and they said, oh, write a letter to your future self. And the letter I wrote to my future self was that, 5 years from now, I want to be in consulting. I want to be in a learning and development area where I love to talk. I haven't had that opportunity. Yes, I've been in areas in my institution where I've had to be in those positions where I've had to do coaching. Even in my religious sector, I've been in areas where they always call upon me to, do some coaching here and there. So it's just here and there, but trying to now do it as a profession because it's what I love, is what I hear that I can join
What's
the
your
GOP
personality?
program. It's we were the ones that were just the only two people in that personality type. I'm trying to remember it now. Sort of like the logistician,
Okay,
also, but we're only
okay,
two
okay.
in that
Yeah,
personality type.
please go on.
Right. So I want to know, I need to understand how someone like me, who has been in that area banking, but who has
5
always
years.
loved, the consulting and the L&D, transit into that career. You spoke about going through those
So
30
what have you been
jobs, and I
talking
was like,
about? Whenever, like all
sorry?
these small things you are doing here and there, what is always the subject you've been addressing?
Oh, well, it varies. And it could be leadership. Sometimes it's leadership, sometimes it's the core area, which is credit, which is what I'm into right now in banking credit. Sometimes it's a major core one, which is the collateral, in banking. Sometimes over in the distance, in the
When you
outside my.
speak about those things, do you like speaking about them? The
So in the professional
collateral.
side, yes, I love it. Maybe because it just comes naturally now after doing it for 20 something years. So it comes naturally. I like it. But I like to also speak about, leadership and um, emotional intelligence, trying to manage people. And I see the reaction and the positive reaction as people able to see that. And I get that feedback of having to manage people better. And I see that. So that is also an area I like very much, that conversation. I've been in panels a lot, and it's also around that area of managing people and how to manage team leads and, people who work under you. So that is also an area. So I'm just wondering, but I've never had that opportunity professionally to
I
be able to
understand what you're
transit.
saying.
I've had one or two
It doesn't matter.
um,
It doesn't
so
matter
I'm
because
wondering, I tried to apply once time, I gave a profile, but I never heard from that person. But somehow, from everything you have said, I've kind of like seen where the gaps was and maybe what I did wrong and why I didn't get a response from those people. So it's just to understand, is it that easy to just move and, will the GOP and WFS help me
so,
to move and see?
the first thing I need you to know is because I'm already doing mental analysis of you, like right now in my head. A lot of people talk about leadership because as you progress in your career, it becomes a thing. Like
Yeah.
it becomes a thing. Like every leader in every managerial 10, 20 years person becomes a leader in their
Mm.
whatever it is you're doing. And because you become a leader, it means that you have experience in it. So it also means that every other person has experience in it that is a leader,
Yeah,
irrespective of their sector.
exactly.
So I always advise people that in you now building a leadership, thought leadership thing, you need to then build it, niche it down a bit. So that
Okay.
if people need to call you for consulting, they are calling you with respect to an industry.
Okay.
You need to use the industry you have experience in as a case study, or you build your entire positioning around.
Okay.
So that when people are calling you onto a panel, it is from that sector and to be a gain for you because you will then be able to speak about leadership with respect to a sector, not just leadership. The mistake I see a lot of people make when they are building their positioning of thought leadership is, Mommy, I want water. I don't have water. Can you get water from downstairs? So what I then realize is, once it's 9 o'clock like that, they typically know I have these sessions 6 to 9, right? So it's as if after 9, can I come in? Okay, you can have it, right? So the thing is, when they now realize that you are talking about leadership generally, I do not advise any professional with experience to position as a coach. I have a problem with that word coach.
Okay.
I'd rather have you become a thought leader in that sector, because what then happens is you can benefit from everywhere. Like the lady I explained, consulting, this one, panel speaking, you can benefit. Come on. Mommy is still in a meeting. Can you go out, please? And you need to go to bed. It's past your bedtime, okay? Okay. So now it means that you can benefit from corporates. Okay. You can benefit from corporates and all that. Unlike when you are just coach and it's just one-to-one, right?
Okay.
It's just one-to-one. So which is why I always say, when you start to build your positioning for corporates, the kind of way you speak about yourself is different. When people see how I write right now around policies, around what's it called, workforce development systems, my engagements, if you check my LinkedIn post, what engagement do you have there? But they are bringing me opportunities. Because I did not write it for a Hindi. Yes? Oh, yeah, go and collect it from Nadia. Take. So it means that the people are not my target audience. Like you, if you go to my LinkedIn profile, you will not even know I'm a global opportunities expert, because that is not what I say there. It is for I Train Africa as if. Mommy, daddy. No, it's not daddy, it's someone else. Right? So it means that I am positioning as a founder for I Train Africa. So I am attracting corporate partnerships. So it means that if the positioning content you are putting out is attractive to everybody, you are doing it wrong.
Okay.
It must call out the person that is my ideal audience. And that is a mistake a lot of people make. They think engagement equals global opportunities. I say, I am writing content for policymakers. I am writing content for this thing. Go and talk to Daddy downstairs. Take it to Nadia, okay? So it means I am writing content for policymakers. So when they are not a policymaker, you are not at that level. You read it cannot interest you. You will not even like my content. It's intentional. But when people that I want them to know that this person is building a workforce development system. When they see it, they come to my email. Can we have a discussion around partnership? This is what we are also building. How can we synergize? They will not even like my posts. But they come inside my inbox and we take it to Zoom. So that's why I always tell people that don't focus on vanity metrics. So me and you, we came here to do different things. I did not come here to be. I'm not an influencer. I'm not a content creator. You're a professional who has work experience. Well, I don't understand. I've seen some of my clients, like Professor Fumi. She had 53 LinkedIn connections. 53. She's a professor at the University of Ibadan. She built profile. She had gotten 4 opportunities in 4 months. One of them was to come and speak at the UNDP event internationally. 53 LinkedIn connections. She got a job in the UK internationally to come and do an adjunct lecturer. She declined that job. She said, no, that she just finished sabbatical leave at UI. 53 LinkedIn connections. She did not write more than 4 articles on LinkedIn. So LinkedIn is never about quantity. Hey, people get it wrong. It's never about quantity, right? So as somebody that sees you, this person has sense, and they call you. So which is why I say, for me, when you start to write about leadership anyhow, like when I say leadership, you're just you think you are attracting a wider pool of audience. You are not. It also means that people that need you to sit on those panels will not call you, because they are not sure which kind of leadership you can actually consult for. So I always tell people that for every 4 posts you write, you can write maybe 2 general ones, 2 general leadership ones that is still talking about it, but make sure that at least 2 of them you're talking about leadership in the sector that you're working in. So that way, I know for sure if I was holding a conference around anything, like for instance in the banking sector or something that has to do with financials and everything, you are my go-to. Like you need to be the go-to. That's why it's called thought leadership. Like you are top of mind. That's why it's called thought leadership. Like, so that is what I would strongly advise. So it is actually doable on the GOP.
Okay.
Don't position as a general leadership coach. No.
Mm.
Your one of the things we teach on JUP is how to construct your header for that phase of life that you have now. So your construction will have that frame of not just leadership, because it has become bastardized. For everybody that is a senior leader is already a leadership coach. Let me put it that way. So we position as a leader in that sector. So you can keep speaking around building teams, collateral, how you then achieve a high working or a good team in the financial sector and things like that if you want to. And you can also talk about concurrently collateral and credits in such a way that you can consult in that regard. So it can be merged depending on um, how you would. For instance, the speaking I did at LSE in March, it was around small businesses. What was that title again now? Like economic value for small businesses in Africa and something something. So was it? It was based off me being an SME in Africa that was
Okay.
building like a team in Africa, not about employability skills. So it was me as a representation of that person that also had knowledge, industry knowledge on general entrepreneurship in Africa, building in Africa. So because they have seen that I am putting out content of my journey around building my team and all the workforce development work I am doing. So they know that I am the right person to speak about my journey in that regard. So those are the kind of opportunities that can then come. So somebody might want to come and invite you to come and speak about your journey in managing teams within the financial sector, which is why it is important that your sector is highlighted, not just talking about leadership. Everybody's a leadership coach now. So I
Yeah.
don't see, do you understand?
Yes.
So
Thank you very much. That really helped.
yeah. So let's go to Inkiru. Hey, it's as if as I'm answering one person's question, another hand is coming up. Hey, we have only 30 minutes left. Inkiru Adejo. Please go ahead. Inkiru, I can't hear you if you are speaking. Hello? Inkiru, I can't hear you if you are speaking. Hello? Okay, I need to move to another person. Abigail Unwafo. Abigail, please go ahead. Abigail Unwafo, please go ahead. I've asked you to unmute yourself. Hey, it's like the next set of people don't want to speak. I'll move to another person. Abigail Unwafo, are you there? Okay, so let me move to VY Legal. VY Legal, unmute yourself.
Hi, Doc.
Evening.
Good evening. I'm sure people have gone to bed. It's
Yeah.
what's the time? It's 10:38 West
10.
African time. So I'm learning. Okay, Doc. So my name is Ivy.
Okay.
I'm a lawyer and an entrepreneur. And working remotely is something that I've tried several times to to do on my own, and it has proved abortive. Hence, actually, I've been following you for a very long time, but this will be the first time that I decided to take that step. Now, my question, quite a lot has been answered, and it's obvious that we'll have to go into deeper training to see how we can, buttress our potentials or expand the potentials that I have, both as an entrepreneur and as a lawyer. My major concern, however, is the fact that law is
Is local.
quite restrictive.
Is local.
Yes, being it, Well, I can't work in the US. I can't work. So most times when I see remote
Canada, I understand.
opportunities, yes, and I'm not willing to job. Well, I love my country, you know.
I
So
totally
that's
understand.
yes, that's one of the major challenges I have, landing remote jobs. Because by the time you're going through the requirements, you see, oh, you have to have
Yeah,
Chicago
yeah.
XYZ. You get what I mean? So, but having done the personality test and understanding that it's not just your profession, your skill can help you get other roles. I just want to know how that will work for me as a lawyer, because I mean I do not want to. Doc will have spent some monies over the years trying to fine tune whatever it is that we have, and I'm like, I cannot be spending money and not getting results, you see. So how would I come in as a lawyer? Of course, enjoy what I do as a lawyer so much that I do not want to leave the legal profession, but can I use this globally? How can I use this globally for me? That's where,
So
you know, mm,
I'm glad you asked that question. Like, there's always a lawyer in every batch of this kind of thing we run.
okay,
And I always answer, like, honestly, my husband is a lawyer, so
okay,
I totally understand. I always say the
okay.
first thing you want to know is law is local. You cannot import law into another country. Law is
No, you
local.
cannot.
So
Yeah.
legal profession is one of those professions that is unfortunately, you cannot render remotely.
Mm,
Unfortunately, if you are practicing in a specific country. Now,
mm-hmm,
two ways I have seen some legal people use whatever it is GOP before. Those people are jackpot. And I would um, use example of someone. She used to do law in the real estate. So when she wanted to jackpot we knew that our law cannot work in Canada. Here is what I recommended for her on the GOP then. I said, we are not going to position you as a lawyer. You have to position as someone who gives advisory from a legal point of view in real estate.
mm,
And
okay.
that's what she did. That's what we did. And I remember that because I know, like, after a while, I interviewed her on one of my Instagram live. And she was joking about, Doc, I feel like I cheated you in this GOP money that I paid you. Because the first commission I got from my real estate gig, I should come and dash you money and everything like that. And I was laughing about it. But why am I saying this? Because we knew how restrictive legal thing was. I said, let's look at the other sector you have experience in, which is where I always say industry. Can we import your industry experience and somebody will still follow your advice because you have legal this in any way? Do you understand? So it's more like you're a real estate consultant that has a legal this thing. And trust me, I would rather go with the advice of a real estate consultant that is grounded legally than someone that is not. Right?
Okay.
So because they will protect me, do you understand? They have a legal side
Mm,
they are thinking.
yeah.
So it meant that she was using her legal side as an add-on to our real estate industry. So she
Mm,
technically built an entire career around real estate, being a consultant agent, whatever. And she didn't, that advisory was not, she wasn't required to have that legal thing in Canada. And that is how she started making money from her legal thing. So here's what I always say, because it is restrictive and all, for a legal person, you have to have cross-industry experience to leverage so that when they're asking what is the differentiator in that other industry, you can then bring your legal thing to it. The same way we have all these CAC people doing CAC, anyone, like, do you understand? So they are
yeah.
basically in another industry. But I would rather give
Mm,
somebody that is a legal person to do my CAC because, do you understand what I'm saying? So their
yeah.
legal is an ad. They are playing in a different industry.
Mm-hmm.
So when you say you're an entrepreneur and you're a lawyer, in my mind, I'm then asking myself, like, your entrepreneurship is like a different industry. I don't know what that is in. So me using this industry, I have to describe it to you. So you're able to then do that clarity exercise yourself and say, is there a skill set or industry I have outside this my legal that legal now becomes an added advantage on top of it?
Mm, Doc, I
Now,
would, yeah, okay.
okay, please go
Okay.
ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, okay. I just wanted to be, make it very clear. I own a skin, hair, and wellness brand. It's a herbal brand. And also I've worked in-house as a lawyer in the bank, right? That's actually where I got most of my legal
Legal experience.
experience from before I then
So you
stepped
mean
out
this
and started doing my
corporate
own
law?
thing. Yes, corporate. So mostly corporate commercial practice is what I, focus on. So yeah, so I'm listening just to put a
So
bit
I
more
get what you're
clarity to
saying.
what,
So
yeah.
it means there are
Uh-huh.
two different like major industries, the herbal
Ex-
and the old
Yes.
thing, and then there's
Yeah.
corporate commercial and all that.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm then trying to look for the intersection of you in that space because they're like very divergent. So I'm trying to
Yeah,
look at
exactly.
where the intersection would be. Because I would then start to think, are there skincare um, brands that would like to probably get into the Nigerian market,
Mm,
right? I
mm,
want to get into the Nigerian market that
mm-hmm,
probably need advisory
mm-hmm,
around how to navigate that space.
mm.
That's what
Yeah.
I'm then. How do they
Mm-hmm.
navigate that space? Are you able to offer that
Yeah.
in like can you build a profile around that? So in a way, you are you are collecting international clients' money. Let me put it that way. But then it is
Mm,
for people that don't want to come into Nigeria. So you have the expertise to advise them based on this market, but they are not local clients. That is
okay.
how I put it.
Okay.
But
Okay.
again, it means that you also need to do a bit of work yourself because you've given advice regarding all these things in the bank for a
The
long time. So
regulators. Yeah.
exactly. So you need to do a bit of upgrade of your own legal distance too. Then carry your beauty industry knowledge to then match two of them. So you will need to do a bit of work in converging them, but it is something that is possible because I've said one of the ways I've seen the other case scenario, apart from the person that Japa, was when people then start to position themselves as somebody who understands the legal terrain and start to speak to people that are trying to come into the Nigerian market on the things they should look out for. So you can then give advisory to them. So they are always short-term contracts. The two jobs I did internationally were short-term contracts. Like, why did I choose that?
Okay.
I was building IT in Africa. So I needed a short-term experience and money because I wasn't ready to do the long term because I didn't have, so I could do 5 months, 9 months, but not say I'm doing into full-time employment. No, no, no. So I knew that this was international work that I could do short term, collect my money, collect my experience, and just exit it. So you should also look for opportunities on LinkedIn that are short term, like let me say short term projects that an international team wants to do within Nigeria, and they probably need a legal person on that team. So it's like you're doing advisory.
Mm,
So you need to be able to then find out in the different ways they can need your legal services. So you are still advising for the Nigerian, but you are changing the audience that you are positioning for. So that is
okay.
how I see it. But that you now
Yeah.
think that we do remote work in the US for the US audience, no,
It won't
because
work, I
work
know.
is
Mm,
not universal.
yeah.
So I hope that helps you.
I'm so grateful for this. Yes, very helpful. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. So now let's go to Oluwataye. Oluwataye, I've asked you to unmute yourself.
Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening.
Uh, thank you for the opportunity. Let me just go straight to my question. Actually, I've dropped the question in the comments, but let me just repeat myself again. Uh, Actually, I work in the IT company, IT environment, for background in mechanical engineering, and I've been working in IT field for the past 7 years now. I recently applied for my MSc, but at the same time, I want to switch career, which I've started already. Uh, I want to switch into GRC, cybersecurity, because
That's what?
GRC in cybersecurity,
Okay.
because I've been used to IT environment for a very long time now, and it's something I've actually developed passion for. I've been following your content on on social media for a while now. So I decided to join this class to have more exposure on, because you talk more on career and remote job. So I don't know, I need your advice on decisions to actually make now at this point. Going
What MSc did you register for?
actually in mechanical state,
Eh?
in mechanical engineering, in
Okay.
production.
So
Yes,
the first thing you need to do is to suspend that MSc because it's just an addition to nothing.
thank you.
That's the
I
truth.
actually discovered that this in this class that is going to be a waste of time.
So
I'm just
again,
realizing that
take it
now.
from me that I added masters, added PhD on top of nothing.
Yeah,
You
I just
understand?
discovered that. Yeah, from
It's an
your
addition to
experience.
nothing.
Yeah, you're
So
right.
yeah, it's just what it is. So I always say when people first cut their losses, it helps them to progress. Now, the first thing you need to probably do, since you say you've been in the IT industry for a while and cybersecurity and all that interests you, I will honestly advise that you are then taking programs in that regard from someone who is practicing. The first person that comes to mind is one lady that we call Cici Ned on Instagram. She's a cybersecurity thought leader that I've seen, talk about and all that.
Ma,
I
please,
mean,
can I get the name again?
Cici Ned, Sisinerd,
Yes,
Cici Ned on Instagram. Like
no.
she's someone that is practicing and all that. I'm not one of the people that recommend conventional courses to people, like conventional academic this thing, because I realize that your ability to do work is what they need, not the title. So find that assistant. I don't know, but she's someone that I've followed that has sense. I have not been in the course, but I'm just saying that is who I have seen that has a semblance of being a professional in that industry and that is teaching it. Now, that said, it means you need to transition. And it will require for you to learn, practice, before you can even build thought leadership around it. So I do not recommend my GOP for you because you cannot speak positioning what you don't have experience in. You have to first build that knowledge, the skills, and the experience in it. So for you, technical building comes first. When you have finished building the technical this thing and you have done experience acquisition via volunteering, internship, or whatever, then you can then position it. So your positioning can be faster than a beginner because you have been in an IT industry. So why a beginner will have to use 1 year, 2 years to build experience completely, you can use 3 months to cushion that after you learn because you have industry experience before you then get to the remote work part. So my advice is for you to find a skills-based cybersecurity program. How do you identify skills-based? If their mode of delivery does not have collaborative project classes that you people are delivering together, that you are, those the way I explained that we run Safe for Work Academy, please move on to the next one because you will need to be able to implement work before that thing is useful to you. That's how I will advise that you proceed with this what you need to do.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Welcome.
I really appreciate it. All right.
Now let's go to Dorcas. We have 8 people more. Will soon be done. Dorcas, please go ahead. I asked you to unmute Dorcas.
Okay.
Hey, please unmute again. I didn't know you had unmuted. Unmute again. Please go ahead.
Okay. Good evening, doctor.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Good evening. People raise up their hand
Okay,
again. I
it's
thought you were
nice.
just
Oh, sorry. I'm listening. Let me remove it.
No,
Can you hear
don't
me
remove.
now?
I can hear you. I can hear you.
Okay. Thank you for the powerful session tonight. This is the second time I'm attending your program. There's a program you did 2-3 years ago for ladies, for women.
Oh.
And that was the first time I hope you can remember. You brought in one that was, but that's by the way. I just want some little clarification because I'm more of a multi-talented person. And I'm more of an impact person, but my skills are in education. I'm a trained educator and I'm an edupreneur. I do a lot of things in the education sector. I'm a school proprietor. I write educational textbooks, which I've already have a school. I also have educational textbook company, which I've grown also. And I do anything education I do. But I'm more of an impact person. I see gap easily and I love to learn. I have issues with the education system in Nigeria. I have issues with our mentality. So some of my, maybe I'll call myself a thought leader. I love anything impact. I like to see people. Some of the things I do is I help people to discover who they are. That's one of the things I'll be able to work on that, who they are, and then finding their purpose, and then turning it into a source of income. So I talk more entrepreneurship, self-discovery, entrepreneurship. I talk of financial independence, financial freedom. I've been confused which one narrowed down to. My source of income is the education, which is the school and the book. I'm looking at the LinkedIn stuff. The school is, I felt is a local thing because it's within my environment, it's a day school. And the publishing, I felt is more of a Nigerian thing. The most schools in my school in the Nigerian use. So which one am I projecting? I don't even know. The one I'm looking at, do I have to put all of them? Do I have to come as a thought leader? Because I talk more. I also have an NGO, which is more for youth and women empowerment.
You know what? Your case, you
Yeah.
need to do that exercise on GOP. Your case is not like an answer here. That's just the truth. When I see a
Okay.
multi-potentialite ask questions like this on a, like, I can't give you an answer until you have done the exercises on GOP. The exercises on GOP helps you narrow down because we would then be able to see two major things from that exercise. We will be able to see a pattern in the ones that are correlated. We'll be able to match two of your activities into one. And in us matching two of your activities into one, it may have a higher international value.
Okay.
You understand? But even right now, I cannot say, let's match this and this, because you will need to like do both, like you will need to like, and one of the trends that you would spot when you do that exercise of journaling, something, is you would see the one that you have consistently gotten results in, because it is results we will then position. So
the problem is I've gotten results in education consistently, but I don't have passion for it.
So that's the thing. Passion is not what they are buying in the international space. They don't buy passion. That's why whenever I see people saying enthusiast, passionate as their LinkedIn bio, I say, what is this? They don't pay you for passion. They pay you for value delivery. You are solving them a problem that you have expertise in. iTrain Africa has iTrain Africa Foundation. We are a social enterprise. There's iTrain Africa Limited, iTrain Africa Foundation. iTrain Africa Limited supplies the money that iTrain Africa Foundation spends. But it is me knowing that all the global mentorship conference, me bringing together this thing from this thing, the entire event itself, we need monetary support. So do I have an outlet for that? Yes. But what do I render for value? So your expressions of passion doesn't have to be monetized. But work that you have value delivering in is what you can get paid for. It doesn't stop your expression. And it can also converge. Which is why I say you will need to do that exercise on the GOP so that we can see points of convergence in the two, where your education, which is the result-oriented one, we can then layer the passion-oriented one as an add-on to it. It is not such a diverse system because if you say you are mentoring people, it is a form of education. So what we need to do is harmonize and not treat it as separate industries. And it would mean that some certain things you've done in your passion area will overlap with the work area. And for you to even spot that overlapping stuff, you need to do that exercise. So the clarity part of the GOP is going to help you a lot in us then building a profile that can sell. So that I said, your own, you need to do that exercise on the GOP before you can then move forward with building the profile. Delphina.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Good evening, Ma.
Good evening.
I'm the one who was disturbing you on LinkedIn. My name was down there. I don't know if you noticed. So,
Apologies,
quickly.
my EA manages my social media profile. Just so let me
Okay.
just disclaimer. So
All right. No, when you
yeah.
were sharing the screen, I could see the pop-up. So I thought maybe your eyes flashed on it or something.
So it's
Okay.
possible she has opened it. And so
Mm-hmm.
Sunday is the time that I go and review things, right?
Okay.
I'll just
Yeah.
go and start looking at this thing. So I always say social media is not real life. I tell people that
Mhm.
the fact that you are seeing me online, I may not be online, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Uh,
Okay. So, I have started working remotely for my company. It's a mining company. Working as a planner, but they like doing a lot of redundancy and then cutting off workers. So I want to acquire other side of knowledge. I have an NGO. I was a teacher before entering into the engineering role, and currently I'm doing my MSc in engineering management. So I had wanted to know, since you mentioned that you'll be telling us platforms to search for these things, whilst joining the GOP for the project management thing. But I just don't know if I should. You do both the project management and then the product management as one, or I'll have to choose sides.
So the project management and product management are two independent programs. They are two independent
Okay.
career paths. They are not the
Okay.
same thing. However, there is a case of a lady, Hope Samuels, that came on the program. In fact, she registered for 4 programs at I2 in Africa.
Okay.
So let me describe her so that you might be able to make a decision from there.
Okay.
She came because, of course, visibility problem. She had 15 years of experience, but 5 years in HR, in customer support, and in something else,
Mhm.
development, right? So
Yeah.
our major challenge was visibility. She wanted to get international remote work. So she came on, she paid for WFS, like globally sought after WFS and GOP as a combined stuff.
Mhm.
So GOP, she paid the end of March. GOP was supposed to start in July. So she first started WFS in April, started to, build skills for stuff. So, and of course, she was watching a GOP course.
Mhm.
So because she had finished watching a GOP course and she had taken WFS, she started implementing, right?
Okay.
So she positioned, the first opportunity she got was May 1st, and that one was May 15th. The first one was US, the next one was South Africa. Bottom line, they called her for interview on May 1st. Then she realized that the work was going to be majorly project management. I think the first one was a volunteer work.
Okay.
Now, she then sent us a message on like April 26th, few days before the distance, say, I need to get on project management program because this work is going to be majorly project management. She enrolled for project management. Then after she was done with, I think, first 3 months of volunteer, because again, remember I said that if you are someone that's been doing administrative work, Project management is like adjacent. It is easy. It's just for you to then learn the structure around project management.
Yeah,
So
the
she decided
tools
to
and
do
all
that
that.
exactly because administrative is already you delivering the
Yeah.
work. Now she decided to do that work. And before she did that thing for 3 months, she then got another, like in fact, 2 managerial positions in project management. So she used that period to transit technically to project management fully. Then she then got this project manager job in all this tech company, Web3, all those things. She came back and said, Doc, I need to enroll for project management. I even had to ask her, I don't understand. You've done the BFS and GOP. You can now work. I've been doing work remotely then for 3 months in Odiosi.
Mm-hmm.
You are doing project management work. Why do you need product management? She said, Doc, may God not shame us. I said, what happened? He said, I'm working as a project manager in a company that is tech-based, where they are innovating apps and all that stuff. I cannot be an effective project manager when I'm managing DevOps and all those people. They are always talking innovation language. I don't understand it.
Mm-hmm.
So she had to come and take a product management program so that she understand products innovation.
Okay.
So there are some programs you take to support the work you are delivering,
Okay.
not as a career. So I know she's not the only one. I said, please, if for instance, you are doing a project management work in a tech development thing, you will have to go through product management at least to stay sane. So when they are speaking all their nonsense, you cannot be an effective project manager that doesn't understand the work of the people that you are doing. You can't. Because imagine you being a project manager, you design a project management design, say, I need this thing, and give me an estimate of the time you used to deliver the work. You are managing timelines. And then
Yeah.
what he's saying, in
Yes,
the
please.
initial stage of UI UX, we take me to 2x. Now the clinical configuration of, you don't understand what he's saying.
Mm-hmm. You're lost.
You're lost. So your work cannot be successful because you don't know what they're talking about. So she had to take the course to understand. So I've had situations like that, but it's not common, but I'm just saying, because in the US time zone, if you're doing project management, there's a likelihood you are doing it in a tech-facing company.
Okay.
So if you are doing it in a tech development company, you will need to understand project management, not as a product manager, but as a project manager of it.
Okay. And please, okay, thank you for that one. Please, at what point do you do the mentorship one-on-one or something?
I don't do mentorship one-on-one. I don't do
Okay.
it. I don't do
Regardless.
it. It doesn't matter. People
Okay.
have offered me 4.5 million. I am not doing it. I
I'm
don't
not
have
there
the
yet.
patience. Do you understand? I'm not doing it. I think the only person I have done one-on-one anything for in the last 1 or 2 years is a past client of mine who
Okay.
has literally like become a sister.
Okay.
Um, and for her, she's kind of a leader in the banking industry. And like she works in a place where they need to select their top this thing to come and start heading the sub-Saharan African region. And she knew that she probably could not find a leadership coach that could help her navigate that terrain at the time. It was no longer about, it was now about positioning her for that kind of top executive board thing.
Yeah.
So it was not like I couldn't do it in a program format. So she
Okay.
had to come and say, okay, I would need like 4 or 5 hours of your time. She needed to tell me where, the organization was going so I could prep her for that board interview. Because in the
Okay.
banking sector, you get to a level, at the time she was an AGM moving to GM and all that, you get to a
Mm-hmm.
level where, in fact, CBN has to confirm you before they can elect to appoint you, all those kind of top stuff that's
Yeah.
we needed to look broader beyond this job she was doing to also the economic realities of CBN and all that. So it was not about global opportunities necessarily. It was for me to prepare her for that space. So I think that is the
Okay.
only thing that I had done any one-on-one with in the last maybe 1 2 years and
Okay.
all that. And
Please don't
it was
forget
because she
the
had gone
science.
through the program before. Like she had gone through WFS, she had gone through GOP. So I was not discussing how she was going to build profile. It was
Okay.
more like career advancement for whatever it
Okay.
is. So I couldn't do it it was not, it was a unique problem. So,
Okay.
yeah.
Please, and the site for beginners
For this
or
thing,
volunteering.
for volunteering, there are quite a number of them. If you go to, I'll probably share my screen with you. If you go
Okay.
to, what are they calling it? LinkedIn back, like you actually go to
Okay.
LinkedIn back. One of
Okay.
the search things you could do, like you could filter. You can
Okay.
filter a job by the type of job, if it is volunteering and everything like that. You can
Okay.
filter. If you filter, you can put volunteering in it. Like Hope, for instance, found that initial volunteering job she did. I said she did in the US time zone on
Okay.
LinkedIn. Please take note, volunteering jobs are highly competitive international space because people know that that is your entry point into that industry. So it
Okay.
is like how Nigerians or Africans think that it's volunteering. Like, we can't, like, in fact, it is harder to deliver than a proper job.
Wow.
And there's a lot of, I'm telling you. So
Interesting.
Africans always think that it's volunteering.
Yeah, our type of
You understand?
volunteering is like you're even doing the person good.
Yes, just do anything. It's like, It is like a
Okay.
proper, you would do the job. And that is how I got into all these international jobs. I volunteered for the Unleash Global Innovation Lab for 2 straight years as an Unleash ambassador. And it involved me spending my resources to deliver hackathons locally in Nigeria. I would
Okay.
have to first learn their methodology to even deliver what I needed to deliver. So I knew how to do an hackathon because I've been in their program. So when it
Mm-hmm.
now comes to doing hackathon, I needed to recruit local facilitators in Nigeria, engage them, teach them how to go through the Unleash framework to deliver
Okay.
that hackathon. And it was
Hackathon.
volunteering work. But
Okay.
then it gave me the kind of that organizational experience that when they were not hiring me to cover global locations, I could narrate it.
Okay.
So imagine I did not do the work. Do
Mm-hmm.
you understand?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
volunteering, thank God you asked. It is not a, what are they calling it? It is not can you see this? I just
Yes,
clicked on
please.
that filter. Can you see
Yes,
that filter?
please.
Employment and part-time contract, internship, volunteer. So if
Yes,
I put
please.
volunteer in this thing, it will filter the results for me.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. So
Thank you
it's
so
basically
much.
just using a filter. Yes, you can use a filter.
Okay, mine just came. Yes, I just worked it here. Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay. It's 11 p.m. West African time. Oh. I can only take one more. Here's what's going to happen. I will probably come on the group on Monday to so how many people are here? If you are here, I'm not going to take your question. Drop it for me this night. Just tell me I'm part of the 10 people that you did not take their question, and I want you to answer my question. Just type it. You can see how detailed that they are giving me background. So if you don't give me background, I cannot answer you. So there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So there are 9. I'll answer Uncle Strass own. Then we take the remaining people's on the WhatsApp group. So I'll come and record like this thing for you. I'll probably record like a voice note or a video or something. I'll drop the answer, not tomorrow. When we resume on Monday in the evening, once I'm done with my day's job, I would drop an answer for you. So Ngosa, let's go. Ngostra. Ngostra.
Okay.
Please
Good
pronounce your
evening.
name.
It's
Yeah.
Engosra. Engosra.
Okay. Ngosa.
Yes. So I'm Ghanaian Akan. So,
Okay.
all right.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Doc. It's really been insightful. And I mean, I haven't regretted joining the class. So I just wanted to bring to your attention, I was navigating the programs because I wanted to, I'm thinking of transitioning
Mm-hmm.
because I've done customer service for 5 years, 2 years in the banking sector, and 3 years in the medical sector. But I want to do something more. Yeah, so I'm thinking of transitioning. But then when I clicked on the link, I
Mm-hmm.
realized that the currency, you see, the transitioning program is
Mm-hmm.
300,000 naira.
Mm-hmm.
But in Ghanaian currency, it stated 4,000 plus CDs.
Mm-hmm.
But the GOP, which is 350,000, is 3,000 Ghanaian cedis. So it's like I'm noticing a discrepancy in the currency. I don't know if
So
it's
Stella does that conversion and all that. So I don't know what is going on with that.
yeah.
So another thing is, Moina, there is a place you can change the currency you want to pay on seller. Let me
Okay.
do some from here. So for instance, if you click, just confirm you can see my screen. If I click on this and it takes me to seller, like if you're on that interface right now, at the top somewhere, you can choose your currency. Do you
Okay.
understand? You can choose your currency. So because, oh, sorry, I'm not logged into this thing, so I won't be able to do that. But at the top left, whatever, you can actually change your currency.
Okay.
Yeah, I know you can change your currency. I just don't, like, I can't do it here right now. But at the top left, if you're on the mobile, top left, you can actually change your currency. It will ask you to change your currency. Moina, please drop a video on how to change your currency in the WhatsApp group and tag her. So probably just right now in the WhatsApp group, just say, hi, I'm the lady who is wondering currency issues.
Okay.
Moina has a video on how to change your currency. So it's probably just then, yes, I can't do it on this, but there's a video we record because people have said, oh, I turned this thing. So we recorded a walkthrough video on how to change your currency actually. So
Okay.
I don't know why it is like, so it's an international conversion issue. So I can't, I wouldn't know how to navigate that, which is why we recorded that short video. So I hope that helps.
Okay. And
Yeah.
also, secondly, just quickly, I also wanted to find out how to position yourself on LinkedIn. If let's say you're a founder, at the same time you're trying to position yourself to get like a remote job.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm thinking of how to position
You can't
yourself.
do the two. You can't do the two at the same time.
Okay.
In the phase that I was trying to position to get remote work, I was positioning as me, Adering Sola,
Okay.
as me. So I was talking a lot about my like all my former ex-capes at Unleash Innovation Lab and things like that. I was positioning
Okay.
as me, but
Okay.
that stopped in end of 2023 because I said I used 3 years to test and iterate the curriculum. So I used 2021, 2022, that's WFS curriculum. So in 2023 October, when I knew that the curriculum was about to be launched, I stopped positioning as right. And
Okay.
2024, I started to make noise a lot about being the founder of IT Africa, this curriculum we are developing, yada, yada, yada. So every opportunity I've gotten since 2024 is around me being a founder, including the speaking engagement that is recent. My future in business is about me being the founder of IT Africa. But if, for instance, next year I feel like IT Africa has balanced, so I will take the skill sets that I have developed building IT Africa, which is curriculum development, and I go and do work. So that's when you now see me, I'll come and start talking about curriculum development, me as an expert, professional doing curriculum, I've developed 10 plus curriculum. The moment you see me doing that, just know that I want to go and collect international money small. Do you understand? So
Okay.
it means that but again, I built the skill set in being a founder
Okay.
to have curriculum development skill sets. So I can go and sell that in the international space. Do you understand it? But
Yes,
I
please.
cannot be trying to chase professional, it will not work. And that is the mistake people make. It will not work. You can import skill set from one thing to the other, but you cannot be trying to attract opportunities of partnership and also attract. No, it doesn't work.
At the same time, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. But you can do that, I mean, low key, but not as in position yourself
Yes,
on
not
LinkedIn.
yes. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
See, this thing that I'm telling you, I've been talking about curriculum now.
Mm.
Why? I'm leaving footprints. So when I'm ready, it is not strange on my
Mm.
own,
Okay.
but it's not the
Okay.
primary thing. So even in
Okay.
me talking about iTrain Africa, I'm talking
Mm.
about iTrain Africa and the deep work we have done to
Mm.
innovate a curriculum that did not exist in
Oh.
Africa for workforce development.
Mm.
So that the only thing I'm not going to change when it is about me is that if for every 4 posts I was writing about policy, changing policy so that they can invite me to policy tables, I will
Mm.
now change it to ratio 3 over the others and 3 ratio 1. I'm now talking about me as a person doing it over me as an institution and
Okay.
turned out I'm not the only one. So I simply switched the ratio of the positioning.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
But my profile
Okay.
is still about the same thing. So it
Okay.
is what
Thank
you
you very
do.
much.
Yeah.
And then lastly,
Yeah.
about the course. You dropped a third combination where you get all three. You do
Yes.
the transition, you get the GPO and all of that.
Mm.
I think 550,000 and all. I want to find out if it's such that you're doing, because in your presentation you mentioned that sometimes you need to get the skill before you're even talking about the tools to do the skill, to do that work. And then you can talk about positioning yourself. So I want to find out if the course is such that is following that pattern where you are doing, maybe I want to transition, so I'm doing the project management first, then WPS, or which comes first?
WFS. So
Yes.
because they are individual programs that are
Okay.
bundled out as offers, so you can get extra bonuses and all that stuff. The programs, we have a calendar. Where is our calendar at the academy? Moina, please, can you drop the calendar of the academy in the group? So we have a
Okay.
calendar in such a way that you can decide to choose when you start that program.
Okay.
So for instance, the next batch of project management is in November. The next batch of GOP is starting July 10. The next batch of
Okay.
WFS is starting October. So you can decide, which is why whenever I'm advising people, I say, based on your own unique goal and where you are, you pay for a program so you can get the bonuses, but you would need to decide which one comes first because we have multiple cohorts year in, year out, right?
Okay. Yeah.
WFS has 4 cohorts in a year. Technical
Okay.
school has 3 cohorts. There are people that are in technical school right now. This is their week 3 or week
Okay.
4. Do you understand? There are people that are in technical school right now and all that. So you can arrange arranged it in such a way that she needed to attract opportunity because of her administrative experience. Then she realized I needed to then start learning project management because it is now more about project management. Then, you understand? So she arranges that. Again, Up could do that because she had administrative experience that was synonymous to project management. So in her searching for opportunities on LinkedIn, she used skill sets, meaning she used skill set to search. Then the job came as a project manager because she had the skill set for administration. Do you understand?
Yes,
So
please.
she didn't outrightly do project management first, even if she was trying to get project management experience in the US.
Okay.
I mean, project management opportunities.
Okay.
But if somebody does not have an adjacent, like you don't have administrative that can be important in project management, you have to go and start with project management first.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much. That was
Well,
helpful.
yeah.
All right. Thank you. And I'll look forward to the
Yeah.
calendar and then the currency video, please.
Okay.
All
And you
right.
can please click this 551, see what you see in your currency. This
Okay.
particular, this complete, click it. Let me see if it is commensurate with whatever it is.
Okay.
Okay. Guys, it's 11:12 p.m. West African time. And I'm sure you all must be tired, right? From being here for hours. It's been 5 hours. And I'm sure some of you are like, it's not possible I could have been in a class for 5 hours. But then when the class is something that is helping you to know what to do next, you realize that you can actually survive 5 hours of class, right? So I want to count. So if I call your name, just know that you are let Lua and so that
Hello. Sorry, I think it correlates. I just clicked on the three. Yes, I think that makes sense.
that makes sense. Okay, great
Yes.
then. Okay,
Yes.
great.
Thank you very
So
much.
I'll just lower your hand. So now we have Abigail Unwafo, we have Adiola, number 2. Muina, please take note of their names so I know whose question I'm answering on the group. Maybe I should even do like a voice note so that when I'm mentioning it, I'll be knowing who I'm owing answer. So we have Abigail Unwafo, Adiola, Doyinsola J, Faidat. The person that put iPhone at their hand is up. This mommy that has glasses. Please put your name so I will know how we are taking your question on the group. Please put your name. You are sitting up now. Just change your name from iPhone. So we have Taiwo. We have Grace Umadu. We have Bartholomew Okore. We have Yusuf S. We have Oluwakemi Phillips. We have Victoria Amadi. We have Omolara. we have Solomon Popola, we have Sumbo Badiri, we have Olufunke Adeyanju, we have Oladimeji Fatogun, then we have Temi Adegbulu, we have Obafemi, we have Joel Adeyi, we have Joy Inkechi, then we have Awe Hejiri Charles. We have 21 people that I am owing answers to that we cannot cover tonight. Then we have Eunice. Eunice is the person that was an iPhone, right? Eunice. And then we have Daddy Vicky's iPhone. 22 people that I will respond to their questions. I can see Engineer Umar. I can see Engineer Umar using like this. So Engineer Umar is 23 people that I will drop video answers for. So just do me the favor. Somebody just raised up their hand and I don't remember before. I think Inkiru. That makes 24. Inkiru. So those are 24 people that I will come on Monday and Tuesday to answer your questions. So what you just need to do for me tonight, drop the questions tonight so that as I'm getting time, maybe as I'm on my way to work, driving and all that stuff, I can, just try to record them, maybe 7 till I'm out of the questions and all. So thank you so much. I'm going to allow you to be able to unmute yourself all right now. It's been an amazing time. I see your comments. I will tell my people to screenshot it for me. I'll come and read all the things you said. Thank you so much. It's been an amazing time spending time with 400 plus of you tonight. In Kenya, I know it is like 12 midnight or something like that. So thank you so much for doing this. And I always beg people, I say, whether you enroll for a program or not, please, the one I have given to you right now, go implement it. One of the things that in the last 2 years I've been doing practically for free, because this class, I'm sure you agree that it is free. I just need to ensure that people commit something that they are able to, it's for us. When we first started, we used to do this thing like literally like free, because we then realized that people do not actually realize how expensive my time is because they got it for free. So I said, you know what, we'll put a token to even see what people that need this thing in the first place. So we've been doing that clarity work because for me, I tell people that the time I started accelerating my life is when I had clarity about exactly where I'm going to. And two major people contributed to that in 2019. A particular professor that I traveled from Aberdeen to go and meet in Liverpool, UK, and Mrs. Ibukwanwushika. And those people till tomorrow, I always say, I thank them seriously because I was excelling at my academia, but again, there are things I needed to do that I couldn't achieve. So I always tell people that. So for me, clarity for Africans around how they need to accelerate in the thing they want to accelerate in is like my own CSR back. So I always say, whether you enroll for the program, whether you need a program, but please do not commonize the knowledge you've obtained tonight. There are thousands of Africans who still do not have the opportunity to understand. They are still going to be spending their money on expensive MBA. Please do not throw it away. MBA is not a strategy if we are just adding another degree on top of the degree that they dash you in year one. They dash you that degree, but you are still making mistake upon mistake and adding additional degree to it. Don't do it. Don't be that person. Right? Don't do it. So thank you very much. You can unmute yourself and say, good night. Have an amazing night. Have an amazing weekend. You can unmute yourself, right?
Good night.
Good night, then.
Thank you all.
It's been a wonderful time with you. Good night.
God bless you.
Thank you, madam. Good night,
Coach
everybody.
Sue.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good night,
Thank you so
everybody.
much.
Nice
God bless
meeting
you all.
Good
you.
night,
Amen.
everybody. Thank you very much.
Coach, thank you so
Amen.
much.
Amen.
Thank
Amen.
Thanks so
you.
Amen.
much.
Thank
Have
you,
a
Coach.
wonderful
Thank
time.
Allah will
Thanks
always
for
bless you. Thank you
enlightening,
for this.
Amen. Amen.
eye-opening.
Thank you so much, everyone. Amen.
Bye,
Amen.
Coach. Thank you. Allah loves you.
Bye.
Thank you. Love you for the sake of Allah.
Thank you.
Good night, everyone.
Yes.
Hello,
Good
madam. Good night.
Good night. Thank you so
Night.
much.
night,
God
everyone.
bless you.
Good night. Good night. Good night.